Sometimes you actually gain time by sliding into corners, as weird as that sounds. You feel the Scotch egg from here. I'm sure 1010 is loving that. I believe all brake marker boards have been broken now into turn 11, so they're not refreshing per session, which means that a lot of these NA drivers may find themselves struggling into turn 11. Either braking too early, braking too late, not getting the turning quite right. Have to wait and see if we see any such speculation in this session. This is going to be a season to watch, definitely. Smaller Smiley, and that is the quickest lap time we have seen tonight so far, matching the pole time from Tuesday night from, I believe it was Slapbus, was it? Who got pole on Tuesday night? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But 10:10, 28.4. Joseph Els does 28.7, his personal best of tonight. Deflated Week, 28.8. Beastie on a 28.9. Killian 29.0 and Zidane 29.2 at the moment. Snacks got a banker lap in there, but was not good enough to be a competitive lap. So he will go again. It was Slapbus, thank you. CM21 there. Thought he maybe went over the track limits into turn 11 braking zone, but game decided not. George comes across the line to go second fastest, and what can Josh do? He comes across the line, it's P3, and finds himself over a tenth and a half away from pole position as things stand. CM21, fastest provisional pole for CM21. And wow, quickest time we have seen tonight. Take a bow. What can Snacks do? He's on the second run. If this is quick, he might find himself up there in the top 3 or 4 places with his teammate. We did say on the reveal stream that we had some extremely strong competitive teams. I think everyone thought Red Bull would run away with it, but currently only P4 and P6, respectively, 7 different constructors in the top 8. Like there should be 3 assist tiers. Very interesting. We are talking in management. We have talked for a little bit as Beastie is a quarter of a second up. This is good stuff for Beastie. Might find himself challenging Joseph for P5, and maybe even Beastie dropping into the 0.6s here as he comes round the final corner. Both Red Bulls do make it to the line and get a lap time on the board. We'll talk more about the additional tier in a minute as Beastie goes 6th fastest, and 10:10 improves by just under a tenth and goes provisional pole. CM21 would have seen that and would be thinking, oh my word, I have to improve now. Joseph Hales is on a slow lap time, so 5th is the best that he can hope for. What about George Plaster then? He will be next across the line, who I believe is still on a competitive lap, and through the middle sector he is down by a tenth. Not surprising when you've set such a good lap time on your first run, but needs a strong sector 3 here in order to maybe push for a spot on the front row, or just even to defend from the drivers behind like Josh. We've got Zidane Smithy coming around the final corner behind George, but here comes George and does improve in the final sector, but not quite to improve his place. Zidane can't get any improvement on his current lap time. CM21, this one is invalid even though it was a 0.3, so his provisional pole lap time has been deleted, as here comes Killian now to go P3 ahead of George and deflated across the line to go 3rd ahead of Killian. And what about Josh? Josh goes 2nd fastest, so it is pole position for 10:10. Wow. And look how close that is, ladies and gents. 6 positions separated by 1 and a bit tenths. And an agonising first pole position stolen from CM21 had he not invalidated. He did do a 0.3, but has to settle for third. 10-10, fantastic job beating Josh to pole position here. And that, I believe, is the quickest lap time we have seen this week so far, beating Tuesday's pole time. CM21 and we on row 2, then Killian, George, Hales, Beastie, Snacks and Smithy rounding out the top 10. Good defensive manoeuvre into turn 1 as the lights go out. It's a poor start, I believe, from Josh, or maybe my eyes mistake me, but he is being challenged for P2 by Deflated. Back down the field, we've got drivers 3 wide, we've got Ferrari losing control a little bit. That's Bloisy going sideways, manages to catch it well, but does find himself at risk of being overtaken. He's got an Alfa Romeo up his inside of smaller Smiley. TD, you can see there, just going off track where Mazepin span a few seasons ago. He has had a bit of a bad start from his perspective and finds himself at the back of the pack. We've got Asma Frog in the McLaren running a little bit wide there at turn 7. That's a bit of a slide from Snacks out of turn 8. Now under pressure from Zidane Smithy, who is side by side and fully alongside, and now ahead out of turn 10. Both Mercedes in the M21, George, Joseph and Killian. As Josh, no DRS until lap 3, just using the battery, slipstream, and is set up there to good effect and takes the lead of the Grand Prix. Deflated thinks, well, I'm having some of that, let's follow my teammate through the field, gets through into second place. Josh here rapidly approaching his 50th Grand Prix and proving once again why he is the one to beat in AT1. And here we go, a change in the lead. Deflated way using the DRS well. Don't imagine these top 3 will be using their battery too much. 10-10, I'm sure he's just more than satisfied to stay in the DRS and make sure those Red Bulls fight each other a bit too hard for his liking. Josh not quite close enough to attack into turn 4 and regain that lead, but obviously there's a long, long way to go. 10-10, close to dropping out of DRS range. Well, he did find himself 9 tenths behind at one point this lap, but now with DRS manages to close up a bit. CM21, Plaster, Killian, all going along for the ride. Joseph Hales has dropped out of that DRS range. Might find himself vulnerable to an attack from Beastly behind if he can get a move on. Huge slide there from Snacks. Manages to keep hold of the car but doesn't keep hold of his place, but a nice switchback and a beautiful camera angle. However, with the outside line into turn 10, it might just be a foregone conclusion here. Oh, there's a bit of a slide into turn 10 and Snacks keeps it on the rubber, on the grey stuff really nicely, and that's a nice switchback to be honest, but he's losing control of his car a little bit here as these tyres may be entering the green phase. George Plaster trying to close the gap to 10-10. You can see that Alpha Tauri and George Plaster getting ever so closer to the back of 10-10's hat, and 10-10's job here is to get as close to those Red Bulls, make sure George doesn't get easily in DRS range. Killian, no further ground made back into the fray on this occasion. Maybe has to rely on some kind of undercut in the pits. Or sub 21 now. Can he get past up into P4? Maybe CM21 could be the one to get them two back into contention for a possible podium. And Bloisy is out, and there's a safety car. Wow, just happened randomly. There is Bloisy out of the race. You can see no front wing, all that car has gone well into the barrier, and a safety car is a perfect opportunity for a pit stop. Smaller Smiley must be licking his lips right now. Those mediums are going to be really, really trashed. And the hard compound is a perfect tyre to go on right now for the rest of this Grand Prix. I imagine everyone will be in to change their tyres. There's no... Appreciate that, man. How are you doing today? Hope you're all really well. You've come at a good time. Safety car is a chance for us to check in and just touch base a little bit. Killian, 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That is absolutely dreadful news because the safety car has come out and the field is now bunched. So that 5-second penalty may drop him at the end of the race. There you see Josh is out behind Killian, so we lost 4 places just by double stacking. Wow. Ready to go. Pun intended. And that's gone. And 1010's gone with him. They're all weaving together. Josh and Joseph Hales side by side into the opening corner. And Joseph, his pace on the hards wasn't setting the world alight, but those mediums seem to be well in his window. Josh losing out was P2 behind his teammate when the safety car came out. Had to wait behind his teammate. And what has happened to 1010? He has lost out to CM21, and in doing so there is a gap where Deflated Wheat now has safety. I think 1010 probably ran wide at the final corner there, lost a lot of time to Deflated. That's when CM21 got past. 1010 then used some battery to get back past. A bit of elbows go in here between CM21 and George Plaster. As here comes Killian round the outside of Plaster, taking advantage of that slight bit of contact and up into P4. These guys are all super close. Killian has good straight line speed, has to pull out alongside 1010, his compatriot, to make sure there's any contact between the two, and 10 just slots in behind that. Hopefully he gets a time penalty of his own. CM21 defending from 1010, who swings it around the outside of 1, has the inside for 2, has to give space. 1010 forced off the track, and now they're 3 wide. There's a little bit of contact, and through goes Josh up into P3. What an opportunistic move that is. Just explaining, demonstrating what I explained earlier on. Josh, fantastic racecraft, absolutely astonishing stuff. And from the depths of P7 on this safety car restart, has made his way up to P3 rather spectacularly. At 26, Smaller Smiley past Joseph again. And a spin. George Plaster is off. And that turn 2 has been pretty brutal in the past, and George Plaster's race has gone from absolutely incredible for his first 81 appearance ever to all of a sudden now he's not going to get any points. Great crumbs, brilliant racing, a pleasure to watch, guys. You are very welcome, Mark, and we still have a couple of laps to decide what is happening with the rest of this Grand Prix. Killian, oh, and there's contact with CM21, and Killian is dropped. And I have no idea what happened there. There was definite contact, but our angle did not give us definitively what happened between them, whose fault it was, that kind of stuff. And in the background, that guy's spun as well. Mistakes are happening. The pressure has finally told for a lot of these drivers, and Smaller Smiley out of nowhere is now running 5th place. But it really has been a strong performance from Deflated. No mistakes. Once he took the lead around lap 3 or 4, his teammate Josh and 1010, they stayed within DRS range, but they didn't make a move. They bided their time. In the end, Deflated capitalised on that when the safety car came out and Josh had to box behind Deflated, directly behind him, double stacking, which cost Josh places and a potential opportunity at winning this Grand Prix. In the end, Deflated took his chance It turned out to be absolutely fantastic. Behind me got 10-10 and Josh fighting into the final corner. I think Josh is just going to get it, but Deflated kicks off Season 5 with a win in 81. Josh finishes on the podium alongside 10-10 and CM21 devastatingly misses out just by a couple of tenths of a second. But with a collision with Killian later in the race, CM21 may find himself in the steward's office. Smaller Smiley takes Joseph Hales on time penalties. Zidane beats that guy in time penalties, and Gav beats George just on track by a second. All of them getting points here. Yeah, it was truly a remarkable race. But I want to know what you think. How would you rate this Grand Prix? From start to finish, it has been absolutely electric. But between 1 star and 5 star, how would you rate it? Let me know in that poll. You've only got a couple of minutes to do that. Got a 3-second time penalty instantly for going off once, so should keep P5, said Joseph Hales. That explains why he was battling Smaller Smiley so much to the end. Their Deflated Wee started P4, absolutely bossed it in the race, no mistakes, and finishes in first. Thank you very much, Beastie, for having your audio included. Josh finishes second ahead of 10-10 and CM21, who, as we say, devastatingly misses out on a podium by a couple of tenths.
The curbs are just not nice on this game.
Yeah, we're talking a little bit about the curbs in the S section. They're a little bit brutal.
That was what caught me out on Tuesday. I probably quite easily got through Q1, but I got on the Tony Hawk's curb, so I went skating straight on. But yeah, 10 times committed through there.
Good Camper thinks pole time tonight will be a 1 minute 26.271. Hopefully it doesn't mean it's 126 seconds long, because that would be longer than the 1 minute 26. And it's a 59.4 through the middle. A slight snap.
Yeah, about the lost of it, about a tenth and a half, I reckon, go down the straight. Just a little bit too much curve.
Of course, when you have a snap coming out of the corner, it's not too bad. You won't lose a massive amount of time from the snap, but you'll lose speed down the straight. Because it's quite a long straight to the final corner. May have even gone a couple of tenths quicker than that. CM21 is out of the session.
Oh.
And
in the pit lane. I think he's crashed in the pits.
Either he's crashed in the pits or he's quit to main menu and it's retired his car. Oh no, Joseph Hell says Chaz has crashed. What happened, Chaz? We were too busy watching 10-10. He crashed in sector 1. Oh wow. Well, that's very unlucky for Chaz. Looks pretty quick, but
Josh is backed off. Got beached on the curb.
tell you one person who hasn't backed off is Deflated. He is flying right now. 59.7 through the middle.
Down on 10-10
But of course 10-10 had that snap coming out of turn
this
20,
is where they gain the time.
24 or something, whatever it's called. But Deflated here could get a better sector 3 in and potentially could go provisional pole. It's very close there between 10-10, Beastie, who's just set a time, and Top Gun. George Plaster as well within the running, and there goes Deflated on provisional pole. What about Josh? No ERS engaged for the moment, so he will be charging up the battery, warming up the tyres for another run, and we will be on board with him momentarily. But Snacks, meanwhile, is on the hard compound again.
I've just had a look at the sector times. 10-10 lost 4 tenths to the third in that last sector.
Snacks getting a beautiful slipstream here, but not expecting a hugely fast lap on those hard compound, and doesn't change his position at all. Stays in sixth, a little bit of a lift, and that is a pretty beautiful S section, if ever you saw one.
About match the first within the first sector.
So far so good for the Red Bull World Domination.
Just like the lap, isn't it?
And so smooth through that chicane. Effortless, makes it look so easy. And there's a difference between making it look easy and being fast. It's a 59.6. So a tenth up on deflated his teammate. Looked like a little bit of a tiny error through that chicane. Needs to rely on good straight line speed here on his setup. Get your DRS on as quick as you can, make that track as small as you can as well. And it is quicker, and maybe that final corner there just made the difference for Josh. Ooh.
Yeah, the final corner just got a lovely layer.
I don't know if Snacks was planning that, but yes, we did see that on stream. This looks flawless. The pace, the precision. He's lost a little bit of time through the middle, but it's still a 0.4.
It's a little bit wide in the corner as well. Oh, and the Haas is in there.
And this is where 1010's going to gain time from his last lap, because remember he had a snap out of that chicane in sector 3. So 1010 is just going to be gaining time on his delta here. What's it going to be? It looks good enough to be pole. And it is! It's a 26.5. But that is beatable.
It's beatable though.
But as beatable as that is, obviously the driver in contention has to go out and do that lap time. It's not a foregone conclusion. Josh deflated, definitely in the fight. What about 1010's teammate Top Gun? Can he put himself in the mix for a spot in the top 5? He's got George Plaster right behind, who did a 0.5 in Q2, so George Plaster could be one to look out for as well. Top Gun, a couple of tenths up in the first. Both Red Bulls still in the pits, leaving it to the very last moment. Asmafrog doing likewise. .59.6 for Top Gun, so 2 tenths off of what 1010 managed. This could be challenging deflated for a spot in the top 3. But definitely has the gains to go ahead of Beastie for now and onto the second row of the grid as a base. To the line, DRS is open, and Top Gun goes second. Fantastic lap under the pressure and goes ahead of both Red Bulls as things stand. Will it stay a 1-2? Here comes B, or a huge mistake in the middle.
Oh, yeah, it's class.
You can see
crashed at the hairpin.
turn 11 at the very top right of the track. Snacks has crashed out. Beastie into the pits. What about George Plaster then? 26.8. Little bit of improvement. Gets him ahead of Beastie. Top Gun is not on a lap, and Asthma Frog has slowed, which means it is just down to the 2 Red Bulls. Deflated ahead on track. Josh could be having the last laugh. Josh needs a 1.
They take a lot of speed through that chicane.
Josh needs 1/10. Deflated needs 2. Currently, it's a Haas 1-2.
Got 3. So it's got 3. Josh has got 2.
This could be neck and neck for both Red Bulls. Hales thinks Josh could do a 0.6 first.
This is going to be tight.
Here comes Deflated. Is it going to be provisional pole or the spot on the front row? It's provisional pole for Deflated. And here comes Josh. He is improving on his time. And it's 800ths quicker. Once again, Josh steals Deflated's pole position away.
wasn't it a second?
I don't believe it's the quali
It is
record.
a lap ago.
Is it?
It is.
What did 1010 do?
26.387.
Wow, so 1010 not only
That
has
lasted
lost
long.
provisional pole in the last few moments, but has lost that quali lap record to Josh.
That lasted long, didn't it?
So it's a Red Bull 1-2. Josh beating Deflated at the final dying moments. That's a weird one to get mixed up with. This is a bad broadcast angle for the start of the race. But the Saudi GP in 81 is underway, and Josh
Got a better start.
has lost the lead to his teammate. Both Hasses fighting, and Josh has had a snap, and he's got damage, I believe. He's got no wing.
He's got very lucky there. Henton's got very lucky that he ended taken out as well. I think he's got away with no damage.
The reigning 81 champion from the past 2 seasons has made a mistake, and he's got front wing damage. And I know it's too early in the season to be talking about the Drivers' Championship, but Deflated We did beat Josh last week in Bahrain. If Josh fails to score here, Deflated could have over 25-point lead at the end of the race.
VSC though.
The first safety car. Josh has obviously boxed for mediums. 1010 has obviously boxed for hard compound tyres. Asma Frog will need to box. Deflated back past George into the lead of the race. So, a mistake for Beastie in the S section. That curb catching him off, and Greg has had to back out. I wonder if that is due to Beastie just misjudging his S section. And Greg has had to just dip out of that one. He's lost the place to Camper as a result from Top Gun. You can see Top Gun is really pushing to try and get within DRS range, but loses a couple of tenths as soon as DRS is engaged. For George, Deflated tries to go defensive. Oh, a bit of movement from Deflated. I'm sure that was all accidental, but it looked like as soon as George went to the outside line, Deflated tried to cut him off, but it looked accidental to me.
Because Campo was free right.
George Blaster takes the lead. Deflated tries to sling it around the outside of turn 1. A little bit of contact. Can Top Gun capitalise? No, there's just no way around that. Deflated there, just looked like he misjudged his angles a little bit. Thankfully, nothing happened between him and George. Oh, and both Deflated and Top Gun are on that curb in Sector 1. And George Plaster now has a 1.6 second lead. And now CM21 is back in the fight for the podium. Fury? Has he got that moved on? He has. Greg went for the outside line, tried to go around the outside of that guy into turn 1, and through turn 2, Fury got a fabulous cutback. Corrects that snap of oversteer. Longson is now on the back of this fight, making it a, gosh, how many cars? 8-way, 7-way fight for 7th.
We've got no battle. Defensive.
Oh, a little bit of a slight misjudgment from both Top Gun and Deflated there. Top Gun slightly nudged TM21 in turn 1. Deflated slightly nudged Top Gun in turn 2. Dropped to the back.
I don't know if he got damage yet, but he caught the wall there on his left session.
Maybe that a hit on the wall lagged him out. Gosh. And will Deflated's AI pit him for wing damage?
It just...
No, he won't. CM21 here has the pace. George Plaster's tyres are going off as Longson gets the first time penalty of the night. Codcamper boxes. Wonder if that's for strategy purposes or for damage purposes.
He's crashed.
There's a battle here going between Zidane and Wiggles. Yellow flags are out, and I've completely missed where that guy's crashed. His car's not there anymore, that's why. There's now Fury, and it's a Williams battle into turn 1. Fury breaks later, has the outside line, and gets that move done. I have to say, Fury's overtakes tonight have been spot on. Patch said it's put on mediums again for deflated, so maybe...
Front wing.
Right, so a front wing change for deflated. Is he on 2 set of mediums deflated?
He is.
So deflated has to pit again. But that's the same story for Josh.
The two Red Bulls
Deflated is on just getting past Cod Camper.
Crossover with the pet entry line.
Oh, I remember Ross got a penalty for that exact thing a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, he's not allowed to do that. It's like, oh, snatch!
And what's happens now? Is this going to be a safety car?
Exactly the same.
Oh!
I mean, not Top Gun back, guys. Hit the inside wall.
And then... Sedan. Will Mr. Wiggles get past? He's gone for the lunge. Cool, calm and collected, and it's worked. Mr. Wiggles up into 7th. And still within DRS range of CTFD.
I'm going for it on George, I think. He is down the inside.
Yeah, change for the leads.
Oh, he dropped his brakes, though. That's going to lose them both time.
Oh, and a huge slide!
Oh, this is coming into Chaz's. He's just getting 9 tenths through the first 2 corners. Oh, Josh has got a puncture.
So he has rear right puncture for our reigning 2-time AT1 champion. That's gone from bad to worse for Josh. Had to pit on lap 1 due to no front wing after hitting the wall at turn 2 on the opening lap of the race. 1010 got caught up in that. I wonder if 1010 will report that to the steward actually. That'd be interesting to see. But Josh can just put on a set of soft compound tyres, go for the fastest lap and steal it away from who has it at the moment. CM21. It is interesting, deflated. Oh yeah, he's got 2 medium compound runs, so has to go onto the softs. Doesn't have to, but probably will. Smaller Smiley here having a fabulous fight with his...
Is that a point? No, we're going to score points.
Did anyone in the chat imagine a scenario where both Red Bulls, qualifying 1st and 2nd, would be out of the points come the end of the race? Tuesday night has had a fantastic recovery drive, has to be said, and very nicely gets past Fury into P5. But with these 5 being so close, one mistake can cause a pile up here, to be honest. That horizontal bar on the wheel has gone green and he's gone for the move. And look how much he's pulled already. He's gone for it. 2 laps remaining. George switches on more ERS. Can Top Gun stay with him?
Oh, they're both lovely through there. It's gonna make his last a bit.
Will Top Gun go for a move? He's 6 tenths behind. A bit of a slide for George, but it's a strategy perfection for AlphaTauri, and George Plaster wins his first Grand Prix in IRL. What an absolutely astonishing strategy to win the Grand Prix. CM21, although he finished 3rd, that is his 2nd podium in 5 races in this league, and I'm sure he will be absolutely thrilled as well as gutted. Beastie, what a drive. Didn't make any mistakes, had really good pace on his day, and his, I'm sure, his best finish in IRL. Mr. Wiggles comes home somehow to finish P5, and Greg beats Smaller Smiley on the line. Fury beats his teammate CTFD on the line, but good points for Williams' team here tonight. And Deflated, after, well, a very topsy-turvy race, does come home to pick up a point for the Red Bull team. Kusky Boo, by the way, thank you very much for interacting with our channel. Says George has been saving for the last 10 laps. Certainly turned out to be the case, and when he put his foot down, he made it count. And he does take his first race win. Everyone in the top 9 gaining places on the grid. Mr. Wiggles from P17 on the grid. Smaller Smiley from the very back in 19th place. Not too bad. Of course, it's very difficult for me to be critical of any of these laps, to be honest, because, well, they're all quicker than me, so I'm really insulting myself, to be honest. 10-10 kicks us off with a 17-7, but still 7 or 8 tenths off of what Deflated managed last session. That's much better from Joseph Hale. 17-2. Might find himself on the front or second row of the grid as things stand. Killian is on a time lap, but this one is a little bit slow for his liking, and he's into the pits. What about Kusky Boo then? He's seen that his teammate has gone fastest. Will this motivate Kusky Boo to get that perfect lap time on the board, or will it just put some more pressure on him? We have no idea, because it is his debut. Poll is live, you can vote for who do you think is going to get pole position. Beastie goes quickest on a 17-2 ahead of Joseph Hales, and Snacks pops in there just a moment ago with a 17-3. Kusky Boo goes ahead of 10-10 on his first lap, which is not too bad company to be round, if we're being honest. Deflated and George, though, out on track as things stand. George Plaster coming to the end of his lap. Deflated Wee bombing through the final sector as we talk, and here comes George Plaster to the line. It's a 17-1 and picking up where he left off in Saudi Arabia last week. Deflated did a 17-0 last time in Q2, and this time calls it quits. Will this give an opportunity for his teammate Josh to go provisional pole ahead of his teammate? In Bahrain, Deflated was ahead of Josh, and Josh was forced to double stack. So for Josh and Deflated, quality performance is really crucial between the two. You do not want to be sat directly behind your teammate when the pit stops come around in the race. Josh, plenty of pole positions in the league. I think he's up to 17 now. A little bit too deep perhaps in the penultimate corner. Maybe just broke a little bit too late for that corner and just carried a bit too much speed in. But it's a 17-1 and it's 7 milliseconds off of provisional pole. Maybe that slight mistake at the penultimate corner cost Josh there. But who am I to talk? I'm a slow boy. 6-8, 10th up on his personal best. That was vaguely similar to what Joseph Hales did in the first sector. We all know where Joseph Hales is sitting, only a 10th and a half away from provisional pole. Let's test this theory then from John. It's a 1 minute 11.8 when they cross the DRS line. Just before the final corner, I imagine. I would say that's a little bit too much curb on the edge, on the exit there, but again, that could be very silly. It was a low 12, I would say, across that activation line, so it might not be a 16, and the theory seems to be correct. It's a 17.2, still a very good lap time from 10.10, and goes provisionally third on the grid. It's up on his personal best, but needs a whopping 6 tenths if he wants to get ahead of Kusky Boo into the top 7. Everyone else still in the pit, so waiting for the track to be at optimum peak performance condition. A mid-12 for Greg, so I wonder if this is going to be a high 17. A mid-17. Okay. I kind of believe the theory, John, you know? Still, very good lap time there from Greg. Puts himself only 4/10 off of pole as things stands on the track in Q3, and whether you make a mistake or whether you make a 10th, that's the risk you've got to do. Deflated Wee has not made the line and will start in 10th place. That is a crucial mistake. And Deflated has not made the line. Joseph, no improvement on his lap and will have to stay 5th at best as things stand. What about Beastie? He's had good pace here in quali tonight. And he goes provisional pole. 17-0. What about Snacks? He has the potential to pull out an amazing quali lap, but he's down. He's up in the final sector and goes up into the top 4. What about Kusky Boo? On his debut, can't beat his teammate and will stay in 7th, and George Plaster into the 1:16s. What about Killian with his first run of the session? Only P8, and this just leaves Josh, and Josh has invalidated. Someone clip that sentence, because I don't think I've ever said it before. Josh has invalidated a lap time. He did carry on and did a 17-0, so in the end it wouldn't have mattered if he kept it clean. George Plaster with his first pole position in IRL and a 16.941. So I'm afraid, Cod Camper, you were 8 milliseconds off the prediction. No gifted sub for the community. This kind of perks you can check in our point thing on Twitch. But Beastie, just like the first lobby, gets away nicely there. A lot of jockeying for position and 2-3 wide, yellow flag. 2 drivers at the back, higher, smaller, have lost out on that restarted lobby. Not too sure what's actually happened. Oh, and there's drivers off! CTFD and 1010 are off the track. 1010 is driving backwards on purpose. And there is a virtual safety car. George and Deflated going side by side. This is where we saw an incident between Ross and Joseph on Tuesday night. And Deflated gets past George Plaster. Move sends it on Joseph. Joseph does well to stick it around the outside. They've got the inside line for turn 5. But Killian does get past. Good overtake there. Deflated Wee up 6 places from his 10th place quali position. As we see Beastie trying to... Oh, and that's a crash! Oh, my word! Contact between the 2 leaders. I was about to say Kusky Boo has crashed, and that's probably a safety car, and then all of this business happens with the leaders, and now Josh is the one to lose out. Full course safety car. Max is now in the lead of the race as Josh pits. And is there wing damage for our reigning AT1 champion? No, just a set of medium compound tyres. Let's get the tyre graphic back on screen and see what people are pitting onto. Okay. Deflated takes the lead from Snacks in the foreground there. You just saw it. Just saw him going past in the Red Bull. Beastie though seems to have most of the action coming his way. Got Joseph Zidane right behind him. Greg's in DRS range, so is CM21. Josh Zidane ahead of this pack. Just got a 3-second time penalty. Second of the race so far. CM21 switching to the inside. Looked like he was going to go for a move, but thought better of it. Already flashing at the rear of the car, which means CM21 has very little ERS to play with. And if you're new around here, exclamation mark IIRL in the chat and exclamation mark standings for the previous race. We have other commands you can check out, exclamation mark commands in the chat as well, give you a list of all of them. Snacks has just lost DRS range on Killian here. So then boxed onto the hard compound last lap. What will Josh do this time around? It's another set of mediums, but it's fine because Josh started the race on the hard compound and the safety car provided an opportunity for him to switch compounds. So Josh will not need to pit again, even though he has gone onto another set of mediums. Both going slowly, and there's a move from Greg. Bit of contact with Joseph Hales' rear. Got Camper in the background, looking for a piece of the action. Killian pits, undercut attempt. Joseph Hales goes off track into the pits there. You saw it, just went on the grass, and it looks like everyone is boxing this time around. What is Killian going on to? It's a set of softs for Killian. That's Snacks, softs for Snacks, and Beastie, and Joseph Hales. A retirement, Smaller Smiley has retired in the pits. Safety car is out. Why is the safety car out, I wonder? Is this iron, perhaps? No, he's got no damage. What has happened then? And that's all maybe that's what happens, because I mean, I didn't see it, to be honest. And everyone onto soft compound tyres, as you can imagine. TD stays out for track position. TD might actually find himself, if he keeps it clean and gets no time penalties, could find himself with some good points here tonight. There's 3 or 4 drivers behind on soft compound tyres that have time penalties. But Deflated Week gets away good. TD obviously losing a bit of time. Oh, and there's a bit of elbows going on with CM21. I'm not too sure if TD's forced him off track there or CM21 has gone for an unrealistic overtake. Either way, he's lost a good couple of places and he's lagged out as well. That's horrible luck there for CM21. I think either way, we're just relieved that there isn't a huge crash. Zidane is on the hard compound too and has stayed out under this safety car. Here comes Killian now, finds himself in the middle. They're almost 3 wide. TD! Oh, it's spun and Killian's caught in the action. Desperately unlucky for Killian, who in the last couple of races has had no luck whatsoever. Let him know if he does get the podium, but interesting you mentioned Greg could be getting a podium. Greg holds the tied record at the moment. The CTFD's getting his elbows out, looking to go up the inside of Beastie, our featured driver for tonight. Joseph Hales round the outside. Oh, there's a bit of contact. Very similar to what happened with Hamilton and Alonso at Belgium a couple of years ago. Well, last year I think it was. And CTFD, that is, well, looked to be unfortunate. Oh, he's beached. What happened with him and Joseph at the final corner? I imagine Mark the steward is going to be very busy when he comes to reviewing these clips. Oh, more contact. This time Greg has lost out. And there's that guy in the Alpine spinning in the background as well. What on earth is happening in AT1? I remember a few seasons ago, AT1 was the cleanest division. At the moment, it seems like the most hectic one. What a victory lap. George, there we go, using the ERS, which I'm sure he has saved throughout the course of this Grand Prix. And doesn't want to take any risks here. Deflated could get that penalty removed in certain situations. So George just taking matters into his own hands here. You can see Deflated just doesn't have the battery to fight back. Well, George, he got his first race win last week in Saudi. He's got his first pole position here tonight. And he's made it a double. George Plaster, brilliant strategy, brilliant race. Brilliant pace, and comes across to win his second race of the season in AT1. and finishes in first. Deflated with that gap does finish second, and how on earth Josh has finished in third place, I do not know. Snacks, brilliant P4 from him. Beastie, our featured driver, doesn't match his PB result in the league, but P5, I'm sure he'd be happy with that. And Zidane, staying out on those hard tyres in the safety car, a bold call, but stays ahead of Joseph, Greg and Aya to keep P6. BRT CM21 does get a point on the board for the Aston team to accompany Snacks as P4. But we'll have to wait and see, of course, after all penalties have been applied. Josh says that's a win in my book. Last to third in 9 laps. Few. I think you spelled it, of course. Mupper Special, leading nearly the whole race, finishes second because of a silly penalty. Well, just think of it this way, Deflated. You have gained points on Josh. That is, I think, the main outcome you should be focused on if you want to take that trophy this season. Josh, did you decide to pit under that safety car again, or did the AI pit you? Because we were baffled, me and John, watching it when you dropped to last on the safety car. His second race win of the season after converting a brilliant pole position. Ignore the grid slot 6, he got pole position. We'll be getting this race underway. We've got the worst broadcast camera known to man, but Deflated gets away well, and very short run down to turn 1 will maintain that lead. Behind me got Killian, Josh, Richard holding off Beastie, but not 1010, who jumps up into P5. Side by side, there's a Ferrari going for an ambitious move. I think that was Aya just trying to slow the car down and avoid contact. So I don't think that was an ambitious overtake. I just think that was, let's not crash into someone. Bit of movement with those medium compound runners, Cog Camper, Zidane, CT. Bit of movement up front with Greg going backwards, unfortunately for him. That kind of AI level doesn't give them an advantage if they leave, but also doesn't really cost them too much. Yep, DRS, simple move, Josh. A little bit wide into the first corner, but with all that overspeed, not too surprising that sometimes you just miss your braking point. And here is the move that guy's hoping for. He's so close. Fury, no DRS. He's already passed before the DRS activation line. And Greg, look at this overspeed! Oh, he's broke. Oh, and he's got a bit beached on the curb. Desperately unlucky. And a yellow flag.
I don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, Beastie was about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of this group, so must have. Fury trying to break the slipstream. Greg has backed off. Another yellow flag. CTFD is out, and a virtual safety car. It's probably only a virtual.
Any of them will get in.
I think it's only a virtual because he's the last person on track. And it's
Yeah, got graded.
So
Anyone on the mediums, it's a life sentence.
yeah.
But I honestly don't know what the hat tires will do.
And so does Josh.
Oh, just hit the wall! He's hit the wall in the pigs! And Josh is right in front of him! There's speed!
Oh my word. What has just happened? And it's another set of mediums. Oh no, not another set of mediums. What am I on about? Someone stop me, honestly. Take this microphone off my hand. It's not only a quicker compound than the 3 leaders, as Deflated.
How big is some wing?
Let's confirm the theory then. Yes. And he's on to softs. So he's given up with those mediums. He's like, right, okay, I'm going to have to pit anyway again. Let's get 2 soft runs in. So that is what Deflated Wee's doing.
Interesting.
Tamino says Josh will pit again for sure. So... Oh, Josh is out!
He's crashed! He's crashed!
Has he crashed? He has! Josh, our 2-time champion, has dropped it by himself. What? It's not a commie's curse. There's no such thing. And has gone for it. It is extremely weird, and as a result, Josh has retired in back-to-back Baku races. Say that 3 times fast.
Back-to-back Baku races, back-to-back Baku races, back-to-back Baku races.
Very well done. Fury up the inside of Richard in turn 2.
Oh, 10-10 as well.
And 10-10, look at that! Soft tyres, switchback, absolutely sublime from 10-10. There's a whole load of action happening. Beastie and Smaller trying to get past Richard, who broke early to avoid contact with the top 3. Killian here was pretty much going to run away with it out of turn 2 as Fury and Richard were fighting, but it's 10 already up to P9 using those soft compound well. And if he can get through this pack really quickly, Deflated still on for a podium here. And this comes back to the point I was making on the safety car. I don't understand why you wouldn't pit under this safety car, because the effect of this new tyres is astronomical. And there's another yellow flag in sector 1. Mercedes of Beastie is off at turn number 1. No.
Oh, safety car. IS bracket castle.
And our second safety car. Second retirement. Now, they're both pitting. Smaller Smiley is going as slow as he possibly can. A little bit cheeky. That guy stays out on the mediums to inherit the race leads. 14, so we have 12 laps remaining, and everyone does not have to make another pit stop. That guy's gone, but he's not gone well enough. Exotic in striking distance. No move into turn 1. We got Padge and Cog. Padge has gone straight on at turn 1, and that's dropped him. That's dropped him to the very back of the fields, unfortunately for him. Up at the front we got a lot of movement in the top 3 or 4. Drivers going side by side with each other. Alfa Romeo of Killian trying to get down the inside of 10-10, but no move on that occasion. Trying again though is 10-10 on Cog Camper. And that's a nice move.
Killian wants to stay on the back of 10-10.
Yep, do not blame that. Good defence from Cog Camper though. Running pretty nicely up there in P3. Chose not to pit under this latest safety car.
Oh, Greg nearly.
Oh, and Cog Camper's out! Oh, it's a huge crash! And another safety car. It's a virtual.
That'll be a full hit.
Yeah, the safety car's coming out of the pits. And that guy is pitting, I imagine, for new mediums. See what tyres he goes on to here. But a huge crash for Cog Camper. Our feature driver for tonight.
Gonna go around again.
Oh. Cuts off the slipstream. But here comes 10-10. Safety car restart is now completed. We got Fury battling with Deflated as Exotic looks for a move down the inside of Beastie, but not quite close enough into the first corner.
Oh, he's just looking at wide. I mean, if you down matches this, obviously it's 10-10, and it does.
How on earth has Exotic squeezed his McLaren on the outside of turn 2 without hitting Beastie? And this time he has hit Beastie, and not quite sure who initiated that contact, but there was contact and Beastie has lost a place. So I imagine Killian now has learnt his lesson, and he does go for the move into the lead. So he's not going to sit behind, he's going to try and make something happen here, try and force 10-10's hand. Richard defending extremely well from Exotic. You would have thought Exotic would have got past by now, but just think Richard is defending very, very well. And Richard is past 10-10. Oh, but that's a huge contact with the wall. controlled slide, just like we saw 10-10 and Exotic at turn 15 last lap around. Killian is now running away with this. The more mistakes that are made behind him, the bigger gap he is going to pull. That guy's starting to close on Richard and 10-10 the more they battle. I'm not going to count that guy out of a possible podium here as Richard... Big mistake and he's spun in the castle section. What looked like an almost certain podium for Richard, who has certainly deserved it, let's be honest. Exotic does not have the DRS on that guy, which means he could be under pressure from Deflated and Greg and VRA Beastie, who's coming back into this race. Final stint drama here at Baku. Exotic has lost 2 places. Greg has gained 2 places and goes up to 4th. Great double overtake there from Greg. Well, Killian got pole position in season 4. But no podium so far for Killian in Baku until today. Wins the feature race and finishes 2nd in the sprint race. Glorious result. That guy beats Greg to the final podium slot if 10-10 overtakes him on the line. Deflated has to settle for P5, smaller P6, Richard P7, and Beastie has ran out of fuel on the line. Ends up getting nipped by Exotic, and here is the drag race we were talking about. Padge and Fury. It's close, and I think Padge has just got him. Indeed he has. Fury just has to settle for 11th and doesn't get a point on this occasion. He wanted, but does get his best result in 81 this season of 4th place. Killian has reigned supreme in Baku. A 2nd and a 1st. The only thing stopping him getting full points was about 38 thousandths of a second. So on then with Mercedes of Zidane. He'll be the first one. But George has been a lot better in the races. In Bahrain he was having a fantastic race. Aside from a late spin, probably would have got on the podium. Instead he finished in 10th and then won back-to-back races in Saudi Arabia and in Australia. Zidane kicks us off with a 36.6. Adrian beats that by half a second and does a 36.1, and Ross goes even quicker than that by a 10th with a 36.0. What about Deflated coming to the end of his first run? And it's a 35.1. Track is clearly getting quicker. The longer these drivers stay out on track, the quicker they're going to get. But obviously they need to box and prepare for the dry weather if it comes. Basically dry tyres now, says TD. That's why he and 1010 are still in the pits. I imagine we're going to be seeing some soft tyres enabled soon, as Josh goes quickest by half a tenth. RJ across the line, goes 4th fastest, not too bad at all, beating Ross. Nice company to be in your first 81 race. Oh, this food is sat here and it's really tempting me. So George Plaster may decide to finish this lap, may decide just to duck into the pits here. He does come around to complete the lap with limited battery, and it's a 35.6, good enough for P4 at the moment. DRS is now enabled. The rain, as you can see, has stopped to come out on a set of dries. Zidane being out on track will actually help everyone. This could be a monster lap from Zidane here. 1.1 seconds to the good would put him around Killian on a 35.5. But we'll have to wait and see whether Zidane finishes this lap or whether he'll be into the pits. He does finish the lap, nice to see. And it should be pretty good. 35.1, 4 milliseconds ahead of Deflated, splitting the two Red Bulls. However, is that lap time going to be meaningless? Who knows? Anyway, but it won't matter too much. It's 2.9 seconds up. This track is clearly destined for the dry conditions now. Which means all you need to do is try and get a perfect lap in. Doesn't really matter when you cross the line. There's a lot of traffic, and we may even be seeing a Monza flashback to in real life a few seasons ago. A lot of these drivers may not even get across the line. Josh has got a 5-place grid for illegal blocking. That is all to do with people backing up and trying not to let their rivals get a lap time in. Harjay has invalidated, and that is absolutely crucial. The only person who didn't make it over the line was Zidane, as we suspected. TD then is going to be the first person to possibly get a quicker lap time on the dry tyres, and he's got plenty of space. Whereas you can see there's a huge snake of cars through the end of Sector 1 now who could be holding each other up. RJ has finished his session. 35.9 is the best he can do, and currently P6, but as the more times come in on the slick tyres, just like George's, 127.6 takes provisional pole, but we have to wait for another 6 or 7 lap times to see if he will take his second pole position this season. Don't worry, Zidane. Happens to the best of us. Happened to me the other day in a different league. TD then was P1 in Q2 on the inters. What can he manage on the slicks? 27.6 to beat, and TD goes provisional pole by fractions. Killian beats him by a few tenths of a second. There's 27.3. 10.10, 27.8. Ow, they all came across the line at once. And Josh has got pole position. I mean, I'm trying to do stuff here as a commentator, and flipping everyone decides to cross the line at the same time. So this is the final result. Josh gets pole position by a tenth and a bit. However, that 5-place grid for blocking sends him down to P6, which means Killian will start on pole position for the Miami Grand Prix. TD is best qualifying, I reckon, since season 2. P3, but we'll start P2 on the grid. George Plaster up there in P4 will be P3, and 1010 will start 4th on the grid. Ross will start P5. Oh, what a shame. The race is starting. We have to ignore this. And let's try and get these tyres on ASAP so we can confirm whether people are on the right tyres. Killian leads TD into turn 1. TD saying before the restart, or during the restart, sorry, that he's not expecting to hang with these guys up front. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously these runners on the medium compound tyre will be looking to get a good start. Zidane looking to get ahead of Adrian and maybe even Josh, as Harjay is going backwards on the soft compound. It's a bad turn 9 for him. And there is a lot of fighting. You've got Ross trying to swing it around the outside, put some overtake on. They're going 3 wide, and it's a nudge, and Josh has hit someone. That's really bad commentating, but he's hit someone, and you saw who it was. I can't remember who it was. They're all, oh my word, this is yeah, this is a mess now. Joseph Hales, bit of understeer, he's getting overtaken. Oh, and he's had to correct a snap, and he's into Zidane. It's a mess. And 10th place now, and I imagine the steward Mark will be extremely busy. Late braking going on. They're going 3 wide. What on earth? Oh, and Nomad loses traction. Contact with someone, with Greg, with Smaller. They all get through. It's got past CTFD, and Deflated Wee have just made a move up into second past Killian. 10-10 leads this race by 2.6 seconds now. Just pulled a bit of a gap on Adrian, but he's 4 seconds out of the podium picture here. Asthma Frog gets passed by TD, who had a remarkable quali session. Champion last season. Bossed it in all respects of the word. Nomad is out of the race, and there's a safety car. And where on earth has he crashed? Because I can't see. Can't see him on track. For the race. What about Killian though? And it is George Plaster. Killian's onto medium, so he's going to try and take those 18 laps here. Or 19 laps I should say. George Plaster on the hards, as we're all expecting Adrian will be on the hard compound. Josh is now on the mediums. The drivers can control stuff the drivers can't control with that forced restart we had earlier on. Safety car will be in this lap, lap 13. We will be getting underway. I wonder what 10-10's strategy here is. Safety car is just coming around the final corner now to enter the pit lane. 10-10 can go any time from now that he wants. Just being cautious. Shades of what I was doing on Sunday night, and he's gone for it before the final corner. Deflated in P2. As they come across the line, your order is 10-10, Deflated, Killian, George, Josh, Adrian, Joseph, Ross, CTFD. TD is back into the top 10 after that turn 1 incident earlier on, affected by contact, and has actually dropped out of the points for that race, for those 2 races. It was only last week in Baku where he qualified second, finished second in the sprint race and won the feature race that Killian's season has now kick-started. Lost half a second that lap to 10-10. Very astute analysis there from Mason. You should join me on comms. Be a good team. Joseph Hales gets the both of them. Staying ahead. Here comes Adrian now. Ross around the outside. Killian the Deflated swapping places. Out. Really good position to make an overtake here. And Deflated's got a little bit too much on the outside curb. George sniffs his opportunity. Puts on the ERS. He's got a super slipstream. He's got the DRS. Killian doesn't have it. Deflated is side by side. Killian has been passed by 2 people. George gets 2 drivers here. Beautiful dive bomb from Deflated, but can he hold on? George, that goes side by side. This is surely George's corner, and Deflated just backs out. Beautiful double overtake from George there. All led from a mistake. Tiny mistake, albeit, from Deflated Wee, and now Killian has lost 2 places because of it. How are the pens looking? That's a good question. Oh, safety car, and Asthma Frog has crashed. You can see at turn 9. Full course safety car, and the question is, are people gonna box? 10-10 is obviously in, and everyone is following. George Plaster now in second place. This is music to his ears. Josh and Killian will be relieved because those mediums are going to go off soon anyways. So last time on the restart, 10-10 went just before the final corner, and he's done the same thing again. Deflated looking for a move on George, but of course you can't overtake until lap 26 starts, and DRS will only be enabled on lap 28, so we're only going to get 2 laps here of DRS. Adrian and TD in the background swapping places. Adrian trying to sling it around the outside, but I'm afraid for Adrian, that's TD's corner! And two Williams colliding! Adrian drew the short straw and has looked like he's been nudged by his teammate. He could have just dropped it by himself, but it definitely looked like CTFD tagged him. A yellow flag. Adrian is off. There's going to be no other safety car, so Adrian has been unfortunate there. Perhaps Josh, past smaller Smiley already, but now finds himself 1.6 away from that opening quartet. This is the game that Deflated needs. Red light flashing for George. We all know what that means. Takes the inside line. Look at the overspeed from Deflated. And Josh has done exactly the same. Red Bull Strat supreme in this final lap of the Miami Grand Prix. And that Red Bull rocket ship has powered them to a 2-4 finish from a 3-5 position. 10-10 takes a truly well-deserved win. George Plaster, well-deserving of that podium after the move on Killian earlier. Josh gets Killian on the line. Ross in P6. Greg finishes in the top 7. Good news for him. CTFD with his second points finish of the season. Again, thoroughly well-deserved from his perspective. TD after a remarkable third place in quali, and after braving a huge incident into turn 1 where he dropped all the way back to the back of the field, recovers to P9. Aya gets a point. Good job there from Aya, keeping it clean ahead of Smaller on the line, who did get a time penalty. Don't lean too far back, you might fall. I'm going to lean back further just to annoy you. So Snacks looking to upset a lot of people here. Now I say that because in the last 4 seasons we've had 4 different pole sitters. As crazy as that sounds, I'm going to hold that closer in the hope that it will be a bit more clearer. Might not make any difference. Snacks 14.2, that's the quickest time we have seen so far tonight. Asmafrog with a 15.5. Slots into second. Here comes 10.10 and does a 15.4, so he definitely can improve. George Plaster across the line. Start a new time, and Snacks has called it quits. Deflated will come across the line to start a lap. So 10-10, over to you through these final couple of corners. Gets turned in nicely there. Beautiful poise, precision, control on the Haas car. And the yellow helmeted 10-10 goes fastest on a 14.2. Ross does a 14.6 and 4/10 off of his teammate. Wiggles does a 14.6 as well, only 2 milliseconds behind Ross. I'm sure Ross will be lording it over him in the chat, and it's just got so much closer. Killian, 1 millisecond off of Wiggles. If Killian was 4 milliseconds faster, he would be up 2 places right now. That is how close it is in the opening couple of laps. Tyres too dirty, said Snacks, so maybe got on the grass a little bit towards the end of the lap. Lost some time somewhere. Here comes George Plaster. Where's it going to be? 14.0, new quali record already, and we still have a load of other times to come. Deflated. Here he comes, and there he goes, back into the pits after that invalidation at the final corner. Josh has some space now ahead of him. And let's go on board with Josh. Josh got pole position here in season number 2. Nice control through what's technically turns 2 and 3, that first chicane. Not sure about anyone else in the chat, but I'll be watching that throttle and brake very closely. I need all the help I can get for Sunday. Beautifully clipped the apex, gets the throttle on nice and early, doesn't run wide, slams on the brakes through IIRL, extremely nicely done. Well, Josh will be extremely happy with how these first couple of sectors have gone. The hardest bits are done. Now it's just get these two 90-degree left-handers well without invalidating or going over some of the curbs too much, and he looks to have done a pretty decent job. 14.0, only 13 milliseconds off of provisional pole. Sore on board with Josh, that was a good lap, but fortunately for Josh, not quite good enough to get provisional pole here. Venicus deflated, no lap time on the board. As for Snacks, he boxed earlier because his tyres were too dirty, but is out on another lap as we speak. That was a lovely lap as well, certainly was, and vintage Josh, I have to say. FYI, game will give me a random car, so it might not be in Ferrari. Won't let me select, obviously. It should put you in a Ferrari because it will go in order of cars from constructor order, so it should give you a Ferrari. Both Red Bulls are taken, both Mercedes are taken, so it should give you the Ferrari. Snacks goes third, 0.1. Nicely done. Come on, Mr. Wiggles, do some magic. Well, let's go on board then. Into the Italian sunset. Turns 2 and turns 3. Plants it out of 4. Beautiful control through 5 and 6 into Tozer. Beautifully done. Easy to get a snap, put the throttle on too soon. Does no such thing. Very committed, lines the car up. Nicely done. Don't think he'll gain any time from a slipstream from that Haas car there. Super close to invalidating, but judges it to perfection for Mr. Wiggles. These cars he's passing will be a distraction for him. Will he rise above that? Keeps it in bounds. Pretty nice lap from Mr. Wiggles, but how quick is it? I reckon it might be a 0.3. It's a 0.2. And Mr. Wiggles puts himself into contention for a spot on row 3. He currently has it. What about Ross? He is just starting a lap time. And he will be the last to finish a lap. So let's go on board then with our current provisional pole sitter, George Plaster. He is marginally up by 32 milliseconds in the first sector. A 10th to the good in the middle sector. We're on for a 13, chat. Pole lap 13.854 says Cod Camper. 13.999 says Stevens. If that happens, I will gift a sub. Actually, I'll gift a sub if Cod Camper gets it spot on as well. But here comes George. Needs a good last sector to cement a 13. And it's a 13.866. Only 12 milliseconds away from Cod Camper's prediction. Here across the line comes Snacks and he boxes. So no improvement on P3. Killian across the line to do a 0.2 and once again finds himself just behind Mr. Wiggles. Here comes Josh. It is an improvement, but it's not a 13. Just cements his spot in the top 3 and 10-10 goes provisional pole of Venicus. That is invalid across the line and will qualify P9. Deflated also invalidated and got no lap time on the board. And God Camper is 2 milliseconds off the prediction. 10-10 makes it 5 different pole sitters in AT1 from each of the 5 Imola AT1 races. Absolutely incredible stuff. 10-10 is on fire at the moment. So we have it, 14 milliseconds separates the top two, with 10-10 on that 13.8. George Plaster got the quali record for moments. 10-10 was like, nah mate, give it back. He got it on Tuesday. He's cemented it on Thursday. 10-10, the quickest driver in Imola in our league's history. George alongside him on the front row of the grid. Josh and Snacks in 2 completely different cars make up row 2. 2 more different constructors on row 3 with Wiggles and Killian. Once again, nothing to separate them two. Very, very good. So that's something to look forward to next week, as well as the sponsored Monaco Grand Prix. But here we go. No formation lap, remember, for the Imola Grand Prix. It's a Haas. It has been a good start for 10-10 as he exits the first corner. There's people on the grass. Snacks, Killian, I think, going side by side there. There's more contact with Ross, and Killian has lost a couple of places. More contact with Deflated, who has passed Avenicus on the start. And this is where strategy takes centre stage. Only 2 as a virtual safety car, and there is a big incident, perhaps? No front wing for Joseph Hales, so immediately into the lobby and immediately having an issue. So far, so good. George biding his time. He has the DRS. I'm sure he could use it at any given moment. Both drivers here have DRS, and Ross this time opting to be a bit the aggressor and take the inside line. Gets that move done on Josh. Josh knows full too well how to be patient. Smaller Smiley has gone off at turn 4. And he has lost a load of places all the way down to P16 now. And a time penalty as well. And he hasn't got it. So Deflated has been using ERS here. As finally, I'd say, a long overdue change for the leads. George Plaster takes the lead from 10-10. Interesting to see if there's any team orders here in the Haas garage. Ross's tyres will go off quicker, but as a result may find himself saying, yo, 10-10, you mind if I have a go at George for a bit? Very little energy left, and maybe his tyres are going to start to go off in the next few moments as 10-10 decides that now is the time to retake the lead. What was the slowest time to get into Q3? 15.9 boxed for hard compound tyres. No doubt they will go to the end of the Grand Prix. Pretty routine stop, to be honest, with the strategy he has. Smaller Smiley has crashed at Aqua Minerale, and that is our second safety car of the night. This is a full safety car, and that is horrendous timing for Wiggles, Ross, Asthma Frog, who have all boxed in the last 2 laps. All of these top 9 are gonna box this lap. I'd be incredibly surprised if all of these don't box. There's no surprise to see everyone into the pits. It'll be mediums for those currently on the hard compound. Greg will be the only one of this top 9 to box onto the hard compound. Ooh, and a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. This, of course, the safety car brings the likes of Avenicus, Asma Kokampa, Joseph Hales, Aya, all back into the fray. Aya is close enough to the back of the pack. That is a very, very, very late call from the safety car. Will George be prepared enough? You can overtake on the start-finish line, so George doesn't want to wait too long to put the power down. Otherwise, 10-10 will just say, well, Josh will just say, I'm going to time this perfectly so I get ahead of you. Here comes Ross on the back of his friend and rival Mr. Wiggles. Great defence from Killian, absolutely phenomenal. Veloce's getting his nose in this battle as well, but Snacks is there to pick the bones and catapults himself into 8th place. Nice reactions and beautiful driving there from Snacks. Vanicus, boards all over the place. Drivers off track. That's off track from Vanicus. Hello, Abombassa. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Good evening. Welcome to IRL. Just caught Ross making a move past Wiggles for 4th place. Killian and Deflated looking on very enthusiastically behind. They'll need to brake a little bit earlier to avoid running into the car ahead. I'm sure their eyes will be firmly on that P4 finish, with those time penalties starting to add up in the top 8, top 10 to Aya, Asma and Joseph. Camper could get P10 here. Veloce should be on for a P9 finish, but anything can happen in these remaining 5 laps. Up ahead on track, we've got Killian making the move up into 4th. Joseph and Asma battling. And just noticed the battle out in front. 10-10 is past Josh. Up into P2 now. That 3-second time penalty is probably just trying to force the issue here. He's trying to force these two into getting a time penalty, into making a mistake. Maybe 10-10 has spent the last 10 laps building up his ERS. Snacks looking close to Deflated. Snacks with time penalties. Deflated with none. Ooh, snap. A snap for Wee. And after that snap, Snacks is passed. He's snapped up P6. How many more words sounding like snap can I think of? This week for Monaco. Join us on Sunday night for Assist Tier 2's coverage of the Imola Grand Prix. The 82 championship leader Felix has been promoted to AT1. It's a long story. So there is a spot on offer for someone to take that championship by the scruff of the neck and go, right, I'm gonna take this on now. I'm gonna be the one to beat. Join us on Sunday to find out who that someone will be. Never, of course, but certainly George looks like he has been managing those track limit warnings where others have failed. George has prevailed, and George Plaster takes his 3rd race win of the season in just 5 races that he has attended. 10-10 will be on the podium, but will have to settle for P3 as Josh gets ahead on time penalties. Killian P4, Ross P5, Deflated with that late time penalty, only gets 6th and falls behind George in the standings. Veloce on his debut, fantastic result in P number 8. Joseph will take 10th after Cod Camper crosses the line and jumps Joseph and Asma. His teammate loses out on an. He has won the past 2 AT1 championships, winning most of the races, but he has failed to win a race all season. It's possibly been the biggest shock this season so far, as Josh has perhaps run of dominance is coming to an end, and maybe with 43 minutes and 56 seconds on the clock, takes the full 25 points here in Imola. Josh doing his part with his 4th podium of the season in 6 races. If you're in the chat, thank Johnny B. That is a very kind and generous gesture. Thank you very much, Johnny B. Daniel's season then. Let's see if he can replicate his 1 minute 11.0. He's got a little bit of traffic. Snacks ahead has, I think, messed up his first sector, so has backed off. And let's go up close and personal with the NA driver. See if he can make it 2 poles in 3 days.
I would stay back to the lot will be the first one on the floor.
Felix still in the pits, so maybe just going for the 1 run. Maybe now he's knocked CTFD out, he's taking the time to laugh at him.
In a complicated life.
So 11.3 for Veloce. 11.5. CM21 has invalidated. So a couple of small surprises to start off Q3. What can Smaller Smiley manage? 11.7. P3. Greg goes P4.
But it's
Deflated
P2.
goes
Veloce
second.
has some really good pace there. Wiggles has invalidated.
If we don't get a 10, you're actually going to cry. Well, Daniel will be hoping that no one gets a 10, because his record will be gone. As I suspected, he did go again, but this one is invalid. What about Snacks then? On a second run. Felix out of the pits finally. With maybe just 1 run. Snacks a whopping 11 seconds up through the middle sector. Difficult to judge where people are going to be when they've done a slow banker lap, but we're going to find out now. It's 11.2 and it's provisional pole for Snacks. Very, very well done.
Yeah,
No.
7, 4, 8, 5, or 9.
No.
Yes.
The 09s is satisfying enough.
Yeah.
If they could all just make it like a... If Veloce could make it a 3-0-0.
Get exactly the same time.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Then it'd just be amazing. Easy.
Felix, oh, that's wide. And it would have been an 11.8, so it would have slotted into P6 there ahead of Greg. Not too bad pace-wise, but obviously might have lost a little bit of time on that last corner as well.
Out. Yeah, I imagine he's only gone on 1 because he's only got 1 new set. I imagine this is the new set, so if he does go out again, it'll be probably reward.
He's a whopper. He's taken TC, auto gears off and got faster. Well, they do make you faster. It was very funny at the
No,
time.
that was a different race.
Oh, was it?
That was a different, yeah. Because he finished second behind me.
Oh, you're quick to mention that. For those wondering, yes, the league wasn't very competitive. If me and TD are fighting for wins.
Wow. Could have said. Anyway, couple line to go.
Oh, and he's in the pits. It looked good enough. It might not. He's going for a new set of tyres, I reckon. So he sacrificed this run to go for a new set of tyres. Greg.
Yeah, goes fifth.
Very nice. And Daniel Susan.
Very close behind Daniel as well. Daniel's on a lap. I mean, this Alfa Romeo needs to be careful. And does. And there's another Alfa Romeo in the front.
They're scheming against him. I can sense it.
That was lovely turning to.
Chaz is on par with Snacks at Sector 2 split, says Josh, so might just have had a slight gut feeling that that run wasn't quite good enough to get pole.
Daniel 3 tenths up, so we'll go pole at the minute. But this Alfa Romeo won't help do very good.
Oh, and it's wide!
Ooh.
And he's invalidated.
Okay,
You
and
just
he
saw
has
it was a little twitch in the steering. Daniel will complete the lap to probably see what it was. It's 11.4 in the end, but
above the line anyway.
So
I don't think it was very happy with Veloxo. Veloxo didn't actually do anything wrong, but I don't think he'll be happy without getting that pole.
it's just distracting when you've got a car
Yeah.
about a second or two down in front of you, because as I say, I don't think Veloce did anything wrong. It was just the presence alone was enough to cause a bit of distraction, maybe.
Wiggles on 6.
It's an awkward spot for Deflated to try and get out of the way, but he does so, and Dragon roars on through.
Isn't improving.
No, I don't think he had the best sector 1, and
No, it looked like he had a lot of marbles through turn 5. I had to count the corner, so.
and Veloce pits, so that is it for Veloce. Snacks starting a run. Daniel is gearing up. Oh, and he's cutting the track, is Daniel Susan.
I think he's just keeping out of the way smaller.
I think, he's into the pits anyway, so it doesn't really make too much difference. A smaller Smiley, 11.2, and provisionally goes onto the front row of the grid. Mr. Wiggles has backed off. Felix has put a banker in, but is going again, and CM21 is out there as well. On board with...
Snacks backed off, so that's it for Snacks.
Ross, 11.5, that's much more like it, but it's only P7, and Mr. Wiggles is only P8. So it will be CM21 next, who we should be watching. Snacks holds provisional pole. Smaller is not going to get it. He has backed off after that incredible run that's put in P2.
Snacks backed off as well, so it's between Deflated and CM21.
Felix is out there as well. I'm sure he'll be improving on that 17.2. CM21 11.0 and goes provisional pole. What a lap! We're not into the 10s, and it is not the records.
Isn't above at the minute.
Deflated coming around the final corner. Can he ruin CM21's pole party?
Oh.
No, he can't, but it's so close. Felix improves to 11.7, makes it 3/4 of a second for the top 10 gap, but still staying in P10 on this occasion. CM21 though, take a bow, son. First IRL pole position. Best quality this season for Snacks. Well, very, very well done. And best quality of the league so far for CM21. First pole position in the league. Mighty congratulations. Deflated. Usual suspects on the front row of the grids, and will be hoping to outscore his teammate Josh to create some more gap between him and his teammate in the championship. Snacks, Smaller Smiley on row 2, Veloce and Daniel on row 3. And today CM21 hopes that he can convert his first pole position into his first race victory, and he's got a decent enough start. Plenty of movement going on in the back. The Haas of 1010 just swerving to the middle. Oh, ghosted is Felix, and he's dropped a couple of places. Good starts for 1010 up to 12th, Joseph up to 15th, Josh up to 16th, and in the foreground you can see Daniel and Greg battling. And Ross has capitalised on that overtake from Daniel and has got past Greg as well. Although the move isn't quite fully completed yet, but now it is.
It's a good opportunity for deflating now, probably using overtake, DRS, less wings in charge, goes down the inside, the tank is up.
Yeah, but this can go both ways. CM21 next lap. If he's within a second of the car ahead, he will have the DRS power.
First time penalty.
CM21 rear wing open, DRS enabled, and this time retakes the lead.
Wallace doing extremely well here.
I think this is the most confident I've seen Smaller in a long time, and it might just be the track, it might just be he's found the perfect setup. Oh, Joseph Hills is out, and he has crashed at turn 3, and that is a full course safety car. Zidane Smithy has been saved. And good news for CM21.
Weird place.
And Weaving, I don't believe he'll get too much more temperature in the tyres by doing this, but I think maybe he's just trying to catch deflated out. And he's done a good enough job, I would say. 4/10 out of the final corner is good enough. But how much ERS are these guys using? Nothing for deflated. And movement, perhaps from Ross, but not quite close enough to Veloce. Everyone back in a big DRS train without the DRS, so just choo-choo at the moment.
Oh, Smaller, I'm deflated. Oh, he's got it.
Wow. Lovely move from Smaller. Into turn 10, just having a look down the inside. Feels he's a bit more confident, perhaps on these mediums. Bit of a mistake for Snacks.
Ooh, CTFD. And
another safety. What's happened to CTFD then? People are boxing.
Yeah, it's sensible if you're unboxed already.
So, Daniel, Wiggles, Venicus.
Anyone that's pitted now, that's going to ruin top winners. It's already caught up to the safety car.
There's a way to get custom graphic up, like the Creator League. Must be a plugin or to something. Maybe we can chat after the race, Joseph. Whilst I'm not quite preoccupied.
Oh, he's going later this time. Way later.
He's gone now.
Oh, and Veloci overtaking the first. That isn't very good.
Yeah, I think Veloce jumped the gun. He just assumed that Charles was going to go in exactly the same place. Camper hit next to
contact.
Yeah, the Haas car of Ross.
Not very good.
Yeah, Ross. And Top Gun, out of the ruins of qualifying, where he left in Q1, fighting his way back up into the top 7, and I get the feeling these safety cars are causing drivers to be a little bit impatient here. We've seen this before in 81. There's plenty of movement.
This is scary.
Zidane, oh, and that's contact. It's a reset to track, and it's more incidents with Josh.
We didn't just off the track avoided.
Didn't quite see enough to really make a decision on whose fault that was, if any. But
it was Daniel and Zidane who had the contact.
Oh, okay. So Josh has had to avoid contact again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and a spin! Paget Wiggles! Of all the people! 2 of the 4th highest drivers in this league who've done the most races making contact. And you hate to see it, you really do. Josh is onto a soft set of tyres. he knows about the fastest lap. That's what he's focused on now. Is not in DRS range.
By Felix. Down the inside of Top Gun and down the inside of Ross.
Oh, and there's contact! Oh, and they're 3 wide! And that's not going to end well. And Jacob has... I think Jacob was the person who made it 3 wide, and in the end he's actually lost more positions by doing so. Josh, fastest lap of the race, £20 richer as things stands. Very kind sponsor by Ritz and Goldilocks. Yeah, that was a nice move, very calculated. I believe 10-10 is just letting go there. Felix is on a new set of tyres and can go to the end, so that's his main rival at this point in the race. But Daniel needs to safely get past Ross as soon as he can. Inflated now. No move on Smaller Smiley, who leads the Grand Prix for the first time this season.
Daniel does get past Ross.
And CM21 on plan A for strategy, onto a set of medium compound tyres for the rest of the race. And why has it deflated? Boxed? Because the undercut is so powerful at this track. Anyways, he's seen as all of his rivals have pitted around him. 10-10 and Top Gun have now pitted behind on track as well. So deflated here is banking on another safety car perhaps. Laps on that set of soft tyres, excuse me.
As you do.
As you do, and here he goes into the pits. And this time Felix has Williams of Daniel Susan all over the back of him. Felix is not deflated, sorry, it's not on Felix Christmas card list at the moment.
He's coming there. A double Aston Martin Hardy.
And that is why deflated has stayed out so long. He's on to soft tyres. The strategy makes sense.
I did think that's what he was doing.
And the next move that could be happening is CM21 with DRS open. Greg knows that CM21 is on better tyres, gives him the inside line, says, if you want to go, just go, don't hold me up too much. Deflated though, looking to capitalise, round the outside, gets the good traction, and a lovely move at the penultimate corner round the outside of Greg. This could be a podium fight between Snacks, CM21 and Deflated here. I don't count out Smaller Smiley and Wiggles. They are fighting into turn 1, and Smaller Smiley gets up into 7th place. Yeah, Deflated's got... He's got the momentum now, Deflated. He's got past... He's gained by 8/10, but that is not quite enough to give him DRS into this final lap of the Grand Prix. We've got 10-10 and Smaller Smiley looking to go for a fight side by side in turn 1, and that is a beautiful move from Smaller Smiley round the outside. 10-10 looking to fight back. Those hard compound tyres are going to give more grip in this stage of the race. Can he get that 6th place back from Smaller Smiley? Josh, fastest lap of the Grand Prix. On board with Daniel, Felix has driven absolutely phenomenally tonight and deserves the podium. But it looks like Daniel has just had that extra couple of tenths in the locker and takes the Spanish Grand Prix. Checkered flag. Felix agonising to his first 81 victory, but he'll be chuffed with a P2. Deflated does get within DRS range of Snacks on the final lap, but 1 lap too late for him. CM21, after that pit stop earlier on, gets 5th place. I'm sure he won't be too disappointed with that. Smaller Smiley ahead of 10-10. Greg and Top Gun and Veloce push Wiggles out of the points on time penalties. Jacob gets P12 and for the final fastest lap as well, but doesn't get it. Josh is doing donuts.
Brilliant.
Josh hasn't quite had the race that he was hoping for the championship priority as he drives into the
That's a
wall.
wall, Josh.
But it genuinely might be. No, it's not. It's not your first 81 podium, so I do apologise. You have, I think, 2? You have 2 previous credible drive from 10th on the grid up into 2nd place and within touching distance of the win.
11, Daniel.
Very true.
Felix, I don't care what Tim says. You are driving today.
And the Aston Martins on the podium together. And hopefully all of our Twitch issues have been put to bed. Ten has retired, and that is on the pit straight. Now you see, Haas is in the wall. His teammates come into the line, does an 11.1. John has set the early pace on a 9.9. CM21 could be the one to watch out for here, as Jacob puts in a banker lap. Hello Greg, how are you doing? Yes, thankfully all the problems have been fixed. It would seem anyway, and hopefully we can enjoy the remaining hour of streaming. CTFD 11.12, 11.2. Who's next to the line? It is deflated, and it's a 9.9. Yes, Greg, I saw that. That was desperately unlucky. Yeah, it's not the Q1 you were hoping for. It's very unfortunate to drop out just by 1/1000th of a second. Can't really get much closer than that. Josh has backed off. He's back out on track. Needs to make sure he doesn't impede Josh in any way though. Not really anything to compare Josh's lap time to, really. Through the middle sector. Only 2 and a bit seconds up, but this could be provisional pole for all we know. We just don't have any reference points. So we just have to call it as it comes. And Josh, running out of ERS, approaches the line. Will it be pole in Canada for Josh? Yes, it will, provisionally at least, though. A 1 minute 9.8. Very nicely done. Ahead of George, John and Deflated. 10-10 I'm sure will be up there as well. CM21 we're expecting to be in and around that battle for the top 4 places as well. Could very well be a 5-way fight for pole. Don't discount Snacks either. He has good pace in his locker. And don't forget, guys, ! giveaway in the chat. We'll bring up a link. Click on that link. You have 2 questions to fill out. That's all. Take you literally 60 seconds for your chance to win a £40 Amazon gift card. All free of charge. Have to roll with this lap as it comes. Can't really predict through sector times what it's going to be. Jacob slings it into the final chicane. misses the wall of champions, and it comes to the line where it's a 10.4. Nice jump there from Jacob all the way up into 5th place. What about John then? Is marginally up through the middle sector, but needs a good, strong final sector and needs a whole 10th improvement if he wants to get provisional pole, and he does by 11 milliseconds. It is over to Deflated now, who has backed off and has 30 seconds to get to the line to start a new run, which he will comfortably do. So Deflated possibly will be one of the last few drivers to get to the line. George Plaster already has pole position to his name so far this season. Will it be another one? So far so good. It's a 9.6. Josh coming to the line to start a new run, and Snacks gets a nice little slipstream and pushes himself into the top 5. What about CM21? Could this be provisional pole for him? Yes, it is. It's a 9.4 for goodness sake, and that is provisional pole by a good quarter of a second. Jacob, nice lap there on a 10.4, but only good enough for 7th as things stand. That guy has finished the session, and CTFD has invalidated. Is John going again? No, he isn't. So it is Josh and Deflated, potentially Snacks, potentially George, all in that fight. But that lap time from CM21 was utterly phenomenal. Deflated then chucks it in, swings it out, bit of a correction to avoid the grass. Will it be quick enough? It's only good enough for 5th. No improvement on his position, but just a tiny improvement on his pace. What about his teammate Josh? This looks quick. It's a 9.6, but not quite close enough to challenge George for top 2. And Snacks is not on a run, so CM21, after getting his first pole last week in Spain, makes it back-to-back pole positions. And it is a track where mistakes can happen quite frequently. Seems like maybe a couple of drivers out there could possibly have done better than they actually did on their lap times. Not naming any names, of course. Canadian Grand Prix. The rain perhaps we should have had on Tuesday night at the end of the race. And it is Go in Canada. And it says John. Oh, his McLaren's off in the background. A few people off. 10-10 gets an immediate 3-second time penalty for corner cutting. There's a bit of chaos in the backfield. We didn't exactly see it all. Oh, and Felix has hit 10-10. Felix has got wing damage, so he'll have to box and get that. There's a spinning Alfa Romeo of smaller Smiley. It is absolute carnage, and I couldn't honestly tell you what happened in that. Picking off Cobb there. Opportunity for Cobb to fight back. Angling his car, beautiful switchback manoeuvre. Didn't get the move done, but may have got a good exit if he didn't have that snap of oversteer. Loisy tailgating Jacob. And he's hit the wall on the exit. Oh, and that's a snap. More contact with the wall. Doesn't have any noticeable front wing damage, but might have some lime green to contend with. And Loisy not only loses that place to Snacks, but Avenicus as well. With this trio, Deflated has had a bit of a snap out of 7. Oh, and contact with John. And thankfully that didn't lead to anything serious. That would have been a huge shame if one or both of them went off there. Right as I leave this group, the action comes back. Jacob getting overtaken by Avenicus, going side by side. Greg looking to get involved on it. But yeah, nice move from Avenicus there. These conditions are not great, have to be honest. One mistake could cost you everything, really. 21, but has boxed. Everyone else has stayed out. Maybe Mark is saying something different. George Plaster onto hard compound tyres for the rest of the race. CTFD, Asthma Frog all boxing this lap. Snacks in, Avenicus in. Greg stays out though. Pit priority. And I wouldn't be surprised there if Deflated dives into the pits. Yes, he does. Josh then is forced to stay out. And that is Deflated's reward for pushing so hard into the pit lane. To try and get that pit priority, he has got himself a 5-second penalty for speeding. That is a little bit careless. Josh then is forced to stay out, do an extra lap on these inters. We'll have to keep an eye on the delta between him and George Plaster. There is CM21 coming out of the pits. There is Deflated coming out of the pits. And George Plaster, by pitting a lap earlier, has actually lost himself a place to Deflated here. As Josh pits, he has lost close to a second this lap. Deflated will not go for the move now. Josh coming out of the pit lane, and you can see he's lost a lot of time by staying up that extra lap. He has lost the position to John. Deflated finally gets his man. Obviously these top two with time penalties will need to try and drive off into the distance and try and drop George as quick as they can. Oh, he had to back off there, CM21. He could have sent it down the inside. But I'm not sure he would have gained an awful lot. Deflated probably expected it. Here comes CM21. And retakes the lead. Good battles going on. Asthma Frog has overtaken CTFD on track. Asthma Frog using soft compound tyres. CTFD only the mediums. Gonna go for a move on George. It's not really the end of the day. It's not the end of the world, sorry, when Josh makes his move, but I would say right now it's more important for Deflated and CM21 to DRS each other through this race, and Josh has decided to take this into his own hands here and not let the top two do this strategy. I believe that's what they're trying to do, whether unintentionally or intentionally. Pitting is CM21, and so is Josh, so they are not going to the end on that same set of medium tyres, which suggests to me that Deflated won't be either. Josh is onto soft compound tyres, CM21 onto a new set of mediums. The real battle is going to be Josh and CM21. Josh, can he catch George? In 10 laps, he's got to gain 10 seconds. Now, that sounds easy enough. He's on the soft compound, though, compared to George's hard compound, as Deflated and John are both pitting. Deflated serving his penalty for speeding in the pits, which is sensible. John's also onto soft compound tyres as well as Deflated. So this is a chess game for George. He knows that the people behind are going to be so quick. And when they arrive, they will overtake him. Those hard tyres at that point in the race will be beyond the point of healthy. Oh, Joseph. Big mistake. Into the wall. And CM21 here is getting overtaken again. This time by John. This battle now really getting tasty. Deflated, resigned, I would say, to the fact that he'll probably finish 5th in this Grand Prix now, after serving that 5-second penalty in the pit lane. Probably twice as quick as most of us expected. And there's the move for the lead of the race. Could that be the move that gives Josh a race win at Canada? Two leaders and a virtual safety car. And what has brought that out, I wonder? Someone must have some damage. Is it Greg? No, that front wing looks pretty intact to me. Smaller Smiley, it's not him. It could be a Venicus here. No, he's just boxing. So what is this virtual safety car for? It's Joseph Hales. He has no front wing. We found him. And what on earth has happened there? CM21, drive-through penalty for speeding under virtual safety car. Joseph Hales will have to box for a new front wing, and that will send him out potentially of the points. Extra pace, you might make a bit of an outside chance for him, as Asma Frog gets the first time penalty of his race. Might cost him a place to that guy. Josh has backed out, or has had a big mistake. So I don't think he intentionally let him through there, because John's got the DRS, and as a result, John could be a shock winner of this Grand Prix. Check on the time penalties. Yes, only 3 seconds for John. And if Josh isn't careful here, with 2 laps remaining, John needs 2 seconds. Have into the race win. Final lap of the race. John is about to start it. Deflated is past George. Those tyres are absolutely dead. And as someone told me on Tuesday night, the hard tyre just not is a good race tyre for this track. Too sure what's happening. There's a battle between Snacks, Asma Frog, and that guy. Snacks doing really well to get back up to P6 on track. And it was an incredible push from John. He will take the checkered flag, but he won't take his first win in AT1. That 3-second penalty has ruined him in the end. He may get it removed by the stewards. We'll have to wait and see, of course. George Plaster will get deflated on time penalties and stay on the podium. Our pole sitter CM21 cannot convert onto another podium as he barrels over the line. And Asma Frog and Snacks still fighting it out here, and both have 3-second time penalties. So that move from Asma Frog right there has just got him 6th place in this Grand Prix. Snacks is desperately trying to fight it, but no harm, no move from Snacks. Venicus, great result for him. 8th place in that Mercedes, taking home some valuable points for the constructors with George tonight. Smaller Smiley, after being a long way back, somehow makes it into the points yet again. Same story for Greg, who exited this quali in Q1. That guy has retired from the race. Right at open the link, answer the 2 questions for your free chance to win a £40 Amazon gift card. Next Thursday stream, we will start 10 minutes earlier at 7:15 local time. All finished in the top 5 in the end. They just had the pace. But Josh, keeping it clean from time penalties, gets the race win that some say he has been long overdue this season. John, in his first 81 performance in recent memory, if not ever, very, very well done to get P2. George, the strategy, quality as well, will be all considered as we get going with the feature race. Brilliant start for Greg as he comes alongside Snacks into turn 1, brakes later, and Greg has got both Jacob and Snacks into turn 1. He's gone slightly off the track to complete the move, but I would say that is an unbelievable start from Greg, who is up into third at this race start. Oh, Jacob's been tagged by, I think it was Felix, but I'm not sure Felix did a lot wrong there. I think Jacob not turned into him, but was just drifting slightly. That's the way I see it. TD has had a phenomenal start, up to 6th already, and there's a spinning Avenicus for the second time tonight, and again, we're not too sure if it was contact or if it was just an unforced error. Joseph on this occasion. There goes Snacks back down the inside of Greg and Felix, looking to do the same. We've got Red Bull leading this race. We've got very much a DRS train forming. I wonder where the first gap is going to come by. Could be here as a move, possibly from Felix. Good traction up the exit of 3. Really good respect from Greg, and Felix just lifts off as he approaches his teammate, realises there's no way he's going to go for a dive bomb on his teammate there. But more importantly, Blake does not have the DRS. Josh has broke a little bit early. He could have gone for the send here, but he wanted the DRS, and he's got it. So now the move will happen. Josh ahead of Deflated. Wonder if Snacks will think about a move, and he's not quite close enough. It's getting very close, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some kind of incident. Got Felix trying to go for a move. CM21 gets a brilliant exit round the outside of turn 3. Felix on the inside seems to have that advantage. CM21 might have to back out of this, but with more contact, Felix looks like he's going to get that move done. CM21 doesn't want to give up on it. Felix runs a little bit wide, bit of understeer, a little bit more wheel contact between the two of them. And eventually, CM21, it looked like he was going to get past, but Felix has now got back ahead. Good. Smaller Smiley once again fighting. There's more contact between the two, and this time the handling model has ruined Smaller Smiley as he gets thrown into the wall. There is a full course safety car out. Front wing deflated into the pitch. Josh is in, Snacks is in, Felix, everyone is in. A few double stacks going on. Felix has double stacked behind Snacks. Josh has double stacked behind Deflated. That is why Snacks is now in P2. Greg is in a well-deserved P3. CM21 up to P4. Josh 5th. Joseph in 6th. Tactical. Quite often at this track, you do see, unless you make a real mistake, or you're genuinely at a pace disadvantage or a tyre disadvantage, you are going to drop out of DRS range eventually. CM21 goes for a move on Snacks, both extremely quick in time trial. But who is going to come out on top in this battle? CM21 brakes just a tiny bit later, and as a result gets up into second place. CM21 has 2 pole positions to his name this season, but no race win. Joseph and Josh, battle of the 2 J's through turn 3. Josh. Red light is flashing, meaning he's not on a lot of energy. I wonder if Josh is running higher wings. It'll change. We may still see some surprises out there. The script has not been fully written. CM21 battling well. Not battling well enough into turn 3 as Snacks looks on. Joseph and Greg battling in the background. Greg positions his car very nicely for turn 4 and remains in 4th place. Could be the catalyst for change in this Grand Prix. Bit of a lift from Snacks allows Greg to catch back up, but he still doesn't have DRS out of turn 4. We may see a move here from Deflated. Now he's been overtaken for the race lead. What is Deflated's strategy? Is he going to save ERS behind CM21? Is he going to fight straight back? What would you do at home? Let me know in the chat. Does he have DRS out of turn 1? No, he doesn't. Snacks here. Sniffs his opportunity. Snacks needs to hope that he gets DRS on CM21 out of turn 3. Does he? Yes, he does. This could still be salvageable for Snacks. CM21 using energy to try and capitalise on this, but Snacks is also using it to get back within DRS range. Now he has got P2. Could be on the way to his first AT1 victory in IRL. And it's getting ever closer to Snacks' first AT1 victory. Deflated won't mind too much if he doesn't win this race. He will still finish on the podium. CM21, as things stand, he will still finish 3rd. Josh is 3.3 seconds off the lead. But he's sped into the pit lane. It won't mean too much. It's down the inside. Here comes the move. CM21 sticks with it. CM21, this is bad news for him because the more that he fights with Snacks, the more time he loses to Josh. This could cost CM21 a podium by fighting with Snacks. Nice move from Snacks to go down the inside into turn 4. CM21 looking for a switchback, but to no avail. Josh is gaining on this group. Deflated Wee, fantastic move down the inside of Snacks, retakes P2, and Snacks' first win might not be on anymore. And Snacks has lagged out. What an unbelievably crucial and unfortunate series of events for Snacks. Join back, Snacks. It's not over yet. Josh is back within DRS range of Snacks, and if Snacks isn't careful, he may lose a podium to Josh here. It's the winner of this race, which at the moment is Deflated Wee. He has led most of the laps in this Grand Prix. He has taken the sprint race victory. Will he take another victory, this time in the feature race? Snacks has had a huge issue through turn 1, and he's lagged out again. This is cruel, cruel luck. And Felix has gone off the track. Joseph now up into the top 5. That's 6 second time penalty, sorry. Will not be finishing on the podium. The podium as things stand will be Deflated, Josh and Felix. Greg, if he can get past Felix in the final couple of corners, will help himself to another podium this season. CM21, it's been a valiant effort, but he wins. He takes the checkered flag, but he doesn't win. Deflated wins ahead of Josh. Felix on the podium, Greg in P4, then CM21, 10-10 and Joseph with those time penalties. That guy gets P8 to be overtaken by Jellyman Tim and Smaller Smiley. Jellyman Tim, what a debut in the feature race tonight. And then comes the most unluckiest driver this evening. The Feature race, Josh in P2, only 4 tenths behind. Considering that double stack behind his teammate in the pits, I'm sure Josh will be pretty thrilled with that. Felix from out of nowhere, it would seem.
Taking it a nice, very big slide.
Let's see what Tantan can do in the first sector. Hello, you Paris. Good evening.
Oh, that's me. Don't worry, I'm trying to bust the word. I'm just trying to make a nut. Personally.
Ooh,
That's
it's
all.
gonna be
It's in the
gonna be a
moist
tricky one.
conditions.
tricky.
Oh, actually, CFT TV has already invalidated, and John sent everybody through sector.
Moment. Tantan 108.9. First one who's setting a lap. And he's got, I believe, deflated behind him. See who's going to make pole position. It's probably going to be more and more moist. A little slide there from Tantan. And does a 1:35.0. Here comes the faded and 1:33.3. Hot camper. P2, Jelly P2. Here we got Jacob going P2. Good lap from him there. And now comes Joseph. Bit squiggly there. Joseph.
Can anybody get?
John goes P2.
We've got John with a 33.5.
Josh
Dude,
just started the lap. And Smiley goes P4. And Josh goes P2. Oh wait, what? That's the same time as deflated.
It's the same time. Deflated provisional pole because he's first. This is like 1997 year. Oh my goodness.
It's the same time. Oh my god, let's see what CT can do.
Watch you. Let's see, I think they're all here in tier 1.
Tantan
Who's
not
the
improved
first
in
out
the
on
first
him,
sector, so I believe he is recharging his ERS. Stay 7th gear, which you'll get a lot of understeer here. Smooth in between the lines. Now into Maggots and Beckett's. And invalidated the entry of Maggots and Beckett's. Hey Greg. What's the matter, Greg?
Oh,
And Tantan.
just for the fans in the audience, is he has got enough fuel in to do another run. So,
Smiley just not improving in the first sector.
Bloody one more flying lap.
So he stays in between the lines in corpse. Now into Maggots and Beckett's, easily to invalidate. Can he stay in between the lines? He does. Is he improving? He is not improving. Of course, he's turned his ERS off. Who is on a lap? Who's close to the final corner? What is the fade? Is he starting a lap? He's not improving.
Completed in.
And Josh, first sector, also not improving. I think the weather is
so
crazy.
But
Josh is not improving.
the best that Small is gonna get.
Josh is not
enough,
improving in the second.
He could have.
So
They could have optimised their setup for the drive.
It's possible we've got two people same times on the P1, P2. Let's see what Josh can do in the final two corners. And he does not improve. CT, 6th place.
Oh, good stuff there.
Jelly. Oh,
Looks
Jelly spinning then.
like the
And saves
kid.
it.
Oh, very good save.
And it's raining too much. Oh, got Camper
It's
spinning
not
and spins out the final
what-
corner. Joseph also improving. So we got.
was
And Joseph invalidates.
will be 10th.
And Tantan is improving.
II has
We've
found
got
it.
Jacob. Ooh, can he make?
No one else seems
the
to
curb. Bit of a wiggle there. Can he
be
improve?
improving.
He does not
It's-
improve. John is not improving. He invalidates. So it's Tantan. Tantan is 4 turns quicker. Does he have the pace to
The
get pole
fitted
position
has-
here?
Retired.
And
I
he
wonder.
does not
Oh,
get-
it's a 34
P4.
0.
that's P5.
By simply setting a time earlier in the session, has gone onto pole position with the same exact time as the car in second place. I don't know
That's
about you,
George.
Snacks, but I think that's the closest qualifying in IIRL history. I think right there.
Only for the top 2, but I mean that was more close. I think it was last week. It was about a tenth between 5 drivers. I think.
It just goes to show you
So-
the competitiveness of this division. As the 5
We've
lights are about to
got
come
5
on,
lights.
and away they go. Like an
Here
episode.
we go. 5 lights.
Missed the tumble. A good start for deflated.
Yeah. We got
He's
turn
managed to-
1. Can everyone survive?
Sorry, managed to keep up.
Oh, we got spinner. It's CT.
On anything. Oh no! And CTF has spun. Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll be able to recover. To be sustained.
Bar
look.
and Smiley. Barbara and Smiley. And deflated a gap already of nearly
Involved,
a second to Josh.
That is.
To the inside now. And he makes a good move, probably here.
Very
From the
good.
inside, but now
move.
Jacob got the inside from the
Oof.
next corner. See, can Jojo go from the outside? No, no, there goes 2 cars, there goes Joseph and Jacob.
Oh
They
no!
keep on track. But they keep it on track, now 3 wide.
It's all good.
Ooh, little wiggle there. Ooh, Jacob.
Nearly 3 wide.
No, it was
could have been.
Joseph. Oh, final corner, carnage! Jacob's out,
Oh! What? Jake?
and that's a virtual.
Oh no! He's running a virtual.
Jacob from Kadina's son got.
What's the what?
What just happened? Sun God
Jacob
came in chat, and
retired.
it all went chaos. Enjoy your stream,
It's
Steely.
going to be close. Enjoy them.
Lurky. Trying to fight Josh. As TD has made over Chas spun it. On the exit where Checo Perez has spun it.
Yes,
On the side.
it's yeah
the
off
point.
the S's section.
Yeah, Max
no,
and Beckett's.
But
And- What, Margot?
oh yes, more like Brad has got a new front wing. He's putting onto that cut, and he's going to go on. Looks like they're doing the aggressive one stop.
And you've
CT,
got-
the next.
Yes, CT, yeah, getting a 3-second penalty. Got Top Gun fighting Jellyman for P6. And let's see if Tantan can get a good exit here. He's got the exit. He's got the DRS. Here he goes. To the inside. And makes the move on Josh. For P2. And splits the Red Bull drivers. And Top Gun has made a move on Jellyman. Same place where Tantan made the move on Josh.
Oh, Joseph in the background. Big cod pressure here as Chaz has got a 3-second time.
Top Gun on the inside of
the
Top Jump and goes P4.
Side, Cod's got. And Cod
And Top Gun picks.
has been served. It's going to traded all away. Go into that. So they're boxing for what recommended lap all the way to lap 19 to box onto those. John
Oh,
moving to the medium.
Cops! Chaz! It's a safety car! Magnus
Chaz
Beckett!
is retired at Cop.
No, Magnus Beckett!
This
Oh
is
my God.
Wallace Smiley and Group. Who've all just boxed for a brand new
The Flayed
set
is
of
not going to be
mediums.
happy about The Flayed is not going to be happy about that. Because it's again like last game, last weekend, he pitted
No,
when the
you
safety
mean
car came. Josh is happy about this. Because he will not lose a lot of time to him.
Oh,
And
oh no!
Josh is in front.
Josh is in front
of. Oh. Also, Felix has jumped John again and is back in P8. Oh, late call from safety car. Safety car is going in, late call.
Let's have a look. As very late call. Who knows? But up the field, he's taking his time. He needs to do a couple more loops.
And
off he
and it's going now.
goes in the Red Bull inspired car.
Oh, and
Deflect
fighting already.
one lap more time.
Oh,
Is that a surprise?
Deflator making a move
Trying
on
for
the
the
inside. A great move there by Deflator.
Up the inside. And he's made it. Swap places. Beautifully. So myself. Further back. It has been quite dreadful.
And John has passed TD now. TD goes back to the inside. John on the outside. Gonna get better exit. TD getting a good exit, but of course now the slipstream from John. They're gonna go side by side, probably in corps. Nearly, but TD getting the inside. Ooh, and now John goes to the outside. 2 Maggots and Beckett. Barber getting 3 seconds, and TD stays in front. Top Gun back in fight for the podium. Even Tantan fighting. Tantan going a good slipstream.
But he's come back to the Top Gun corner.
Oh, and Josh on the outside. Josh making it. Oh no, the Deflator's wait. Oh, and yeah, Tantan on the outside, back to the inside. Tantan make a move.
Tantan on the inside.
He's on the outside. Great move there from Tantan. Oh, he's Top Gun wanted.
Yes, he has.
That was a close one from Top Gun.
That is juicy stuff.
This battle for the lead / podium is not nice for everyone.
No.
Everyone is very close.
They're starting, yeah, and the penalties are starting to rack up.
Top Gun having a great exit, but ooh, I'm seeing Josh Flashy Flash, and that guy gets a 3-second penalty again, and Tentan making a move for the lead. Let's see, is the Flavor's going to try and make a move here? Oh, we've got Top Gun. He tried faking for a move at the second to last corner. They had to back out.
7 are separated by just under 2 seconds. Here we go, we're coming up to Top Gun corner. Are there going to be any from Mavericks? Yes, deflated. It's going to go around the inside. It's a beautiful...
Outside.
Oh, it's a beautiful move through the left lane. And indeed, deflated. Oh, charges past, but there's nothing 10-10 could do. And I think it looks...
Oh, cross cameras round.
Oh, the champion, no. Someone's dived in the pit lane as well. See, oh,
CT.
it's just, yeah. What a shame.
I know why did CTFD pit? Like, we're on the final lap.
Who knows? Look, humans are an interesting creature. Who knows? Maybe they want to retire. Fair enough. They had their go. They're not in the points. Fair enough.
He hasn't done it because we're in the final lap.
And it looks like this is it. All the marbles are on this.
Satan is pushing. He is pushing the Max and Bracket.
Very hard. The batteries are getting used. Who's got the bigger battery to spare? 10-10 is going to try.
On the inside.
And it's a beautiful move.
Makes a move, but...
Parks the bus. No contact. Great racing between these two. Is the Flay going to try last move?
And
No.
Santan
Wait, hold on. Wait. Just wait for the whoopsies. It's perfect exit. 10-10 wins the British Grand Prix in Tier 1. What a thoroughly entertaining race with Deflated in second, Josh in third, Top Gun, I think you and my commentary's driver of the day in fourth, from last to fourth. Very impressive stuff. John in fifth. The Jelly Man, proper good stuff from Tim there in sixth. Felix quietly doing a nice job in seventh, with Smaller Smiley in eighth. Greg in ninth, and Aya from knocked out in Q1 to the last point. That's what you love to see.
Oh, Scotsman wins in
the British Grand. Well, actually, no, it's the British Grand Prix. It includes Scotland as well, along with Northern Ireland.
Okay.
So it's valid. Oh, hello. Oh, my dogs have come in at the last lap. They thought it was such a great race. They had to say hello. It was such a great race. They were cheering from the stands. I heard them. So with that said, it is 10-21 from Deflated, then Josh, then Top Gun, John, Jennyman, Felix, Smaller Smiley, Greg, Aya in the points with Bar.
Slot. And here go the lights. And Snacks is away. Gets away decently. John looks to have got away well in the first phase. But not good enough in the second phase as they go side by side. John with the outside line. Snacks though keeps it tight and keeps it clean and stays in the leads. Deflated has had a fabulous start from 7th to 4th. On Tuesday night we saw a big pile up in the midfield on turn 2 as Top Gun gets a little bit out of shape going into turn 3. Little bit of drivers going off the track as CTFD makes a move on Greg, slightly forces him off track. Can't say I'm too surprised. A little bit of a nudge there as we have Ross, who is really struggling in these opening few corners. Hatch with incredible quali. Has lost a few places since the start of the race, but Jellyman battling with CT. CT goes a little bit deep. Jellyman goes for a switchback. A very nice switchback, might I add. Smaller Smiley says, well, if you're going through too, mate, I'm going to follow you through. And yes, a nice move there from both Alphas on that Williams. Obviously, one mistake can cost you places, could cost you anything. Looks like Josh has had a slight error. Or maybe Deflated's just putting him under pressure and they've both lost a bit of time. 10-10 now. Back in touching distance of the podium. The rain is so thin right now. It's... If I was a betting man, I'd bet that it was going to stop in the next couple laps. Move for the leads. ERS engaged for John. Snacks has got it engaged as well. John's led off the ERS for a bit and has decided to then stay put. Could have been John's realistic chance at getting the lead here, but maybe he's playing the long game here. He's forced Snacks into using quite a bit of battery on that main straight. 3.7 when Smaller overtook Greg. Snacks got pole for the first time in 15 months, Tom, with a 15.9. He absolutely bossed it. And here he goes, deflated. Bit of a gamble, but John has gone for it as well. Let's check in on the Delta then. People are all into the pits. CTFD is catching, so I agree with this, says TD. Have a look on board and see how much grip that is. Oh, it's a little bit of contact. And unfortunately for Greg, he's had a bit of a spin. I have to wait and see whether that gets reported to the stewards. Little bit confused that Avenicus here is staying out. 10-10 here is going for the pace. And crucially, here is the former race leader. Snacks has been undercut. And now under pressure from deflated. His tyres are not yet up to temperature. And he's lost third now. CT sets another purple lap. It's Top Gun in the background. We got Smaller, Smiley and Ross battling once again into the first corner. Ross going for a switchback. Crucially, Smiley has the DRS. You see the wing open there. It is a double detection just before the final corner. So you get DRS down the main straight and out of turn 1. Ross obviously will need to just stick with Smaller throughout this lap. I hope that he's close enough to make a move into turn 1. Go onto the softs, get a nice undercut, and potentially, even if you don't get a race win out of it, you get second. Still a lot better than third where you're at the moment. And the frustration here is that these two are fighting. There goes the move. And Snacks will get the double DRS. Was 3.2 behind John after the DRS is concluded. He's 2.9, so he's gained 0.3 just with the DRS. My point earlier, if Deflated and Snacks use the DRS tactically to gain to John. No, Baba has a 3-second time penalty. Smart move from Padge, just lifting off, giving himself a little bit of breathing room just in case he outbreaks himself. Don't want to run into the car ahead. A little bit of weaving, potentially, from Baba. Nothing too serious. And there's that way to get the slipstream. It's a very late move from Baba, who sends it up the inside, makes contact with Padge, and steals the position. That is very naughty. And if I were Padge, I'd be flipping that one. All these questions, we do not know. And here comes Jacob. Baba has broke early, thinking that he will get the DRS, but he hasn't because it's a double detection zone. This battle is very interesting. I don't really want to leave it, to be honest. Anything could happen here. Could see something juicy in terms of incident-wise. Could see a nice overtake somewhere. Thought for a second Padge was going to go for that, but he didn't. Padge continuing to race very clean, even though frustrated that No real opportunity has arrived to get past tyre. 10-10's time penalty is 6 seconds, by the way. So as things stand, he will drop below Josh, but stay ahead of Top Gun. That guy making the move. Ahead of Jellyman Sim. And anyone in the mood for some fireworks? Oh, Padge goes super aggressive, and Barber has missed his braking, and he's absolutely nailed Jacob. Padge went for the aggressive manoeuvre, and I think it caught Barber by surprise, and in the end he got so flustered he forgot to brake. Well, that is a stonewall penalty, I believe, for Barber. We know John John's a complete driver. We know 10-10, Josh, Deflated. All of these lot are complete drivers and can win on their day. I'd say Snacks is probably the one out of that top 5. He's got the most to prove. And boy, is he showing up here. And no, he's not winning this race at the moment, but he is still closing that gap. 1.2 with only 3 laps remaining. Snacks here needs to get in DRS range and take the edge off of his ERS. I wonder, since they've been on the dry tyres, Snacks has been quicker and he's caught the race leader, and with just 1 lap to go, could Snacks win his first ever 81 race, or will it be John John's time to taste 81 glory for the first time? It's a bit wide from John John. This could be the chance. DRS is enabled. Going for the move. John John has saved up so much battery there. The DRS didn't even mean anything. But there is still some opportunities here. Dump all your battery. Deflated is right behind his teammate. That will be the battle for who ends tonight on top of the championship. Snacks desperately deserves this. So does John John. It's a shame that one of them will miss out on their first ever 81 victory. Only a few corners remaining. If John John has saved enough battery here, this is surely his. This is surely his race. It's been an incredible effort from both of these. Both of them deserve it. But by 1/10 of a second, John John wins in Hungary. For the first ever time in AT1, 10-10 will not finish on the podium because of those time penalties, although he does finish in 3rd on track. Deflated misses out on beating his teammate by 1/10, and that will mean Josh has taken the lead of the championship by a point tonight. Avenicus in P6, Top Gun in P7, Smallest Smiley, what a race. P17 to 8th. Very well done indeed. Ross, 20 laps on those medium compound tyres, brings home a couple of points for the Haas team as Greg rounds out the points and gets one. Oh, gets a 20-second penalty for ignoring yellow flag. We have some donuts from Aya. We will just get them. Yeah, Greg can get that 20-second penalty removed. He should finish P10. Well, the champagne is pouring for John John tonight.
Me too.
But
TD.
desperately unlucky.
When's the last time you've been on the podium, TD?
We can hear everything you're saying. Oh. It would help if I unmuted my microphone.
Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yes, I've done it 2 weeks in a row now. So there we have it. John John does take the win, and Snacks just 2/10 away. We'll get to that.
I had too much.
And Josh leads us away. CM21 will have extremely cold tyres, and that is being very evident, although it does lunge up the inside of John John, who is using a harder compound tyre. Let's get those tyres on the screen. Mediums for the top 3, TD and Deflated as well. Movement in the back, or the midfield I should say. Jellyman and TD going side by side. Looks like TD, there's a Red Bull going down the inside as well, and TD has come off worse from that. It looked like they were 3 wide with Deflated, and also affected is Greg. Awful start for those two. Not saying it's their fault, just saying it's an awful start. And lap number 3, you know what that means? DRS is now enabled. 1010 using it very effectively to get past Josh. It's going to be a very long race and my stream quality is awful. I do apologise. Pit stops in this race. And here comes Top Gun. Looking for the move. And the outside of Lecom has the inside line. Now Small Smiley has the inside line, but a bit of contact there. I think has made Jollyman go a little bit ghosty. Camper looking for a move. Jacob retires in the pit lane. Shouldn't be a safety car. 10-10 is 33 points off the lead. And George Plaster, who isn't reserving tonight, is 44 points behind the leader. So really, the battle here for Josh is outscore my teammate as much as I can. At the moment, although there is a 7-second gap between both Red Bulls, it will only equate to a 6-point difference, which is definitely manageable for Deflated. But now he only is losing 3 points to his teammates. Deflated gets past into the first corner, but CM21 has a really good exit out of Radion. He also has 2 cars right behind him. Deflated goes defensive. CM21 forced onto the grass. There's a Mercedes down the inside. Deflated hits CM21. Doesn't really affect him too much. There's a Mercedes off the track, and Deflated has gone round the outside of CM21 in turn 7. But it's had to back out of the move there as CM21 now back past. Top Gun looking to pick up the pieces. That was John the Mercedes going off track at Lecom. Not too sure what happened with John. Deflated. The outside line for Puon, not the one to be on, I'm afraid. And has to slot in behind. Some opting for the medium compounds, looking to get moves done up the field before the rain comes, as CM21 gets the first time penalty of the race. Gap out front has increased over the past 3 or 4 laps, up now to 2.7 seconds. Top Gun was 6.7 behind the 2 leaders, now only 6.2. Those hard tyres perhaps are the better tyre to be on at... There goes Smaller Smiley, CM21 happy for the outside line. Hello Padge, how you doing mate? Happy 100, thank you very much, appreciate that. Would you like the special 100th race hat? More battles between these 2 Ferrari-powered cars. CM21 low on energy with a little bit of contact here and there. John looking opportunistic. 3 wide into turn 1. Somehow CM21 gets out of that in the leads of that group. 5 cars very close together. A bit of contact between John and CM21 on the run down to Eau Rouge. Coming up Radion now, who is going to have the DRS. More bits of contact. John is the one without DRS. The Smaller Smiley is the one making moves. CM21 back up into 6th place. Oh, and John's lost it! He's gone! Felix onto the intermediates. The track is looking pretty bad. And Smaller Smiley making a mistake into turn 8. It is now the crossover periods. Just need that sign from from race control that the DRS is disabled because, well, it's ready for it. Drivers ahead of him retire. CM21 fighting Jellyman into the pits. Everyone's in. John will be in. DRS disabled. Back within striking potentially distance at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Does actually look pretty close here. Not close enough. This is the move to watch as John gets past Smaller Smiley for 8th place. No real changes in any of the front runners. CM21's penalty is 3 seconds, so it doesn't get another one. 10-10 took the lead in the feature race almost immediately and has maintained that gap back to Josh ever since. Even through the pit stop window where the Inters were all of a sudden the right tyre to be on. It's a jolly good battle between John and Jellyman. And John getting the better of the relatively new member to our league, Jellyman Tim. And he has thoroughly deserved this feature race victory. He finished 2nd in the sprint race. Who holds the fastest lap, I wonder? It is 10-10 as well with that 44.9. So 10-10 will get 26 points here tonight. No real movement up the field. John needs to be 6 seconds behind the Ferrari driver of CM21 if he wants to get ahead on penalties, but still needs a mighty couple of sectors to do that. 10-10 though has absolutely bossed it. This race has been nothing short of perfection. He hasn't needed to be 10 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else, but he has controlled this from start to finish. He takes the very soggy Belgian trophy home tonight and wins in Belgium. Josh gains traction, no pun intended, on his teammate in the championship. That is a beautiful slide from CM21, but he has had a huge issue this lap and will lose places over the line as John caps off a decent recovery drive, but will lose a place to Jellyman, who has had his best result of the season. CM21 has crashed somewhere and will lose points. Camper Greg finishing the points, and I wonder if Felix is going to get 10th here on a default setup. Congrats on the hunt. Thank you very much, Snacks Man. Really appreciate that. It's been a really fun stream. We've had a bit of controversy with quali, some glitches. We need to discuss after the race whether in future we do restarts. He left the race. Why on earth did he get retired? Feature race driver of the day tonight. Certainly is a bad game glitch. Wouldn't want anyone to go through that, but unfortunately some of them did tonight. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Beautiful Belgian trophy there. 10-10 refusing to lift high. Mighty impressive Top Gun. Qualified 13th with that glitch, but fights his way back up to 7th in the sprint race and then onto the podium in the feature race. Definitely considered for driver of the day tonight. 10-10 though bossed it. Josh, well deserved podium. Let's just racy race and see what happens.
Yes, and always remember to finish first. You first have to finish. Hello, Baba. I hope you're having a. I hope you enjoy Q3 and watching. I believe it'll be yes your teammate at the moment who is purple by proximity of being the first car out on the circuit at the moment. And that one curb in the middle sector, indeed, that is going to be a spicy curb for some action. I think we should secretly install a little camera on the curb itself. But regardless, there is a yellow flag for a Mercedes. I wonder if they're on a push run there of TD. And it didn't lead to anything for now, but the Haas is coming around the final few corners, and it looks like it's going to be an opening gambit of the 17.0, so very respectable there from 1010 Snacks with a 17.4. The next car coming up to the line is going to be Greg. I'm sure they'll want to try and aim for pole position. I don't know which driver wouldn't want to, but the AlphaTauri sets at 18.2 and deflated wee. Looks like they want to redeem themselves from last race and sets a 16.7, a brilliant lap time. The two Alfa Romeos working brilliantly in unison with Jellyman. Skizamar getting a 17.7 and Smaller Smiley with an 18.1. There, Jakob with an 18.1 as well, just under hundredths shy of beating Smaller Smiley. We've got Greg with an 18.2, TD I think on a warm-up run there with a 50.3, and Cravenous has yet to leave. We have got Joseph Hales asking the weather for the race, but my pal on the TwitchCom already answered that question.
Yeah, TD.
While we're waiting.
Brilliant 1 minute 50 lap time. He'll be pleased with that one.
Yeah, I
he's
think
going again.
that...
He is 10th up in first sector.
That's good. You know, that's obviously, you know, an improvement is an improvement, and I'm sure that this lap time of a 150 will be massively smaller, and it'll make TD a lot more smiley as we are coming through. Next set of corners going into sector 3. They found 25 seconds almost of improvement. This could be a competitive lap time here as they are coming through the final right-hander combo. Takes a little bit of a late braking on the penultimate corner of the course, but does a nice job rounding the final corner. Let's see what the Mercedes can do. It's a 17.6. That should slot them comfortably in the middle of the pack there, and I'm sure they'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm sure TD will be a bit happy about that. He was quite self-critical in Q2. Felt like he was lucky to get through, but you know, when you time it like that and get a bit lucky with the weather, you know, a bit of luck never hurt anyone, did it?
Exactly, it never hurts anyone. Indeed, Joseph, you can look forward to doing a Hail Melon and go from last to first, and if you could do that, well, then you'll get more tips of my hat than at my graduation ceremony. But regardless, we are going to see now, I think it is not Snacks, the driver on a run, I believe, is some sort of Red Bull is pushing.
No, we got Greg on a lap as well.
Oh, have we? Have we got Greg on a run? Right, provisionally, we've got... Where's Greggy, Eggy, and Becky? Okay. Greg is flying, but has got a bit of traffic who, bless their souls, have darted out of the way. This lap could put Greg up into P7, splitting the Alfa Romeos. I'm sure it would be good for them. Runs wide on the final corner though, and around the last corner now. There's no DRS flaps due to the moist weather, but it's a 18.0, and that has indeed split the Alfa Romeos, and I believe there's a 10th found up the front, and it could be enough for Josh to take pole position.
Ooh.
It's not, but it's really close. You can comment once this lap's done, but if you take the wider line, you could be in danger of touching the curbs and then losing traction out the car. It is a 2/10 gain, which is provisionally, roughly, the fastest in the first sector. Meanwhile, Cravenous, we can't see yet because they've not done a previous stuff for comparison, but around the final corner comes 1010 in the Haas. Can he put his MoneyGram machine to money pole position? He can, with a 16.6, and Cravenous in the background with a 17.7. But that is a very fast lap, as we've got Jacob on a lap.
Yes, one thing we haven't mentioned yet, Homeboy Hero Snacks tonight is sponsoring our stream with a £10 fastest lap. As we see Jacob have a nice little controlled slide into turn 3. Made design to back out of that.
It's obviously Jacob wants the fast slap voucher. That's what it is. I think they were so excited at that. They just wanted the fast slap and a little drift to warm up for the fastest lap attempt.
So yes, Joseph, if it's not going well for you, you have a plan B. Fastest lap.
Greg. Actually, okay. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he has found 2/10. This is provisional pole position. That's made up to 4/10. The track is absolutely drying up at a rate of knots. Any moment now, this could be a pole position for one lucky driver out of these 10. Cravenous has decided to retire. Will that be costly, as there is time to be found on this track? This is the last lap. Deflated, goes on to provisional pole with a 1:16.1. Next across the line is Gregory. Across the line comes the AlphaTauri, and it's a 17.4. Time is clearly shrinking now. The lap times are going to get faster and faster. Jakob has aborted their lap, so it is the Home Hero Snacks, supporter of the stream. Can they go to pole position? No, but it's a very good run to second place there. Got the Alfa Romeo across the line. Jellyman Tim. So that only leaves Josh and 1010. Actually, they're right next door to each other, actually. So this is going to be very close coming to the qualifying. Okay, so it's just Josh.
And he's 6/10 up. It's what he needs.
Oh, this is exactly what the British driver needs. Could they steal pole position from their teammate? Are they going to deflate Wii Spirits? We're coming around the final corner to see. It's a very composed and calm lap from Josh. And it's enough with a 16.014. Just over a 10 faster than deflated Wii. Snacks in third with a 16.2, then it's 10.10 with a 16.6.
Quite well.
I see. So, can we verify that their flag is it their identity or is it not? Because it's quite a unique flag from what I've seen.
It isn't. Tiddy's preference.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm curious as well.
It's just decided to run around in flag like me.
I see. Is it because you're a massive Zane Maloney fan who represents the Barbados in Formula 2? No. You just... The iconic Dutch Grand Prix is a go, and it's a wheel spinny start for Josh. He's been spun almost right around. A deflated wheel goes around the right-hand lane, and does a beautiful job covering off his teammate. Meanwhile, Snacks managed to keep on the third. Everybody's made it through turn one nice and cleanly there. You love to see it. Nobody's playing bumper cars. That's a great move there. He's been Padge-tastic and been tagged by someone, but he's okay. He's kept the car in one piece. That's a good, okay start. Surprisingly, only one takedown, which is impressive considering how narrow the circuit is. But I is going for it at the back. Oh my goodness, trying to go on the left of Cod Scampi, and the Williams of Top Gun is flying through. Up into 14th. What a great pattern in the background this is. Up together. Oh, he's going to go on the left-hand side. He's not listening to the stream. He should be following us on Twitch. But regardless, he's made a tumble move.
Tagged Greg's TD's wheel.
And TD's gone off. Oh, what a save. What a great save. But I'm sure this will be investigated. It looks like Joseph was... what's the way to phrase this? Was going for the gaps, making a fast and furious charge, and I think there'll be 2 cars behind who'll have something to say about that. Like,
In front of Greg to drive off into
Yeah.
if they make that move.
yes, please. I think he's listening to the stream, which is very good advice, and you should too by following us over on IIRL. And it looks like Joseph Hales has done a nice clean move around using the middle lane of the circuit, slowing it down there, making sure that Greg can't get past, and that is the Ferrari into 6th place.
Doing a nice job as things stand, but yeah, just a little bit too aggressive, impatient. However you want to describe it. Snacks makes a move up into 2nd.
Brilliant stuff there from the Aston Martin, the home favourite. Let's see here, he's coming up to Tarzan corner, he's going to take the right. Oh, yeah, pushing it. Oh, it's tight.
It's a good move.
Tight. Brilliant. Great racing by the 2 of them, hard but fair. Cars just so close together. You can see it's lovely to see, and so far with a 111.5, it will be deflated. Has Joseph a spun or something? They got. Oh, they've actually run wide. Has there been contact sustained? I'm wondering.
I think he just went too deep into the braking zone for the chicane, and as the tyres get really worn, if you run ABS off, which I think Joseph is, you will lock up a little bit more, so that might explain why
That's cost him dearly. He has disconnected, so it looks like even that guy's going to get past him. No, the Electronic Arts servers are the best for gaming I think the world ever has. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not going to say anything.
No comment. But coming round the middle of the final back straight into Tarzan corner, it looks like the Garden of Eden has been secured for Top Gun's mindset, or grindset as I'm calling it. This is just like Silverstone. He's absolutely carving his way through the order on those hards. He's treating it like a game of Fruit Ninja. Every car is a fruit to slice through.
You know, sometimes knowing the corner names is secondary. I think calling the action spot on is,
Exactly, and that's what we do best. That pit lane, I don't know what kind of substances they were on, but they were proving their Red Bull records, weren't they? That was almost alien speed, honestly. Actually, one time I remember playing Formula 1 2002 and actually seeing an alien UFO in the sky around Spain in a replay camera. But that means, through all that pit stop commotion, IIRL is up to 3rd place and can do a defensive job for Josh and 1010 to help his teammate Snacks grab the 2nd place. Wonderful commentary as they are in. The Aston Martin pit crew are coming out in box number 7, and it looks like a pair of medium tyres there for the home hero in the number 52, snacking at the opportunity for the win. His teammate IIRL will move over to 2nd. Josh is in front. What about 1010? Coming through Tarzan now. It's not enough. Nibal Avenicus has moved up in the 6th place ahead of that guy who's on twin lap on mediums. But Snacks has lost out to Josh, so it looks like the undercut is that overpowered. But Josh is going to be held up by IIRL and using all the power to try and get past. They're wiggling past. I tell you, they are more impatient than waiting in a queue for a Tesco meal deal here. They are desperate to get a move on. And I can tell you from my campus itself, it's always like this every day. And it looks like Josh is really desperate to get past.
Oh, he's forced him into a mistake. That is absolutely brilliant driving there from Josh.
Commiserations, IIRL. I think if I was them, I'd want to make sure my teammate would not be held up too much.
I was about to bring up this point. Is Deflated staying out on the mediums to go soft
no, he's not.
on the second
he's going
run?
on the softs.
And he is on the softs. He is going medium soft. He's got 15 laps to go. He will be overtaken by
And
Josh.
his teammate is past.
But
Just.
this is now tyre advantage. Match made in the heavens. Deflated right behind his teammate. 19 points behind the championship. He needs to beat Josh tonight, and he wants that fastest lap in the process.
Believe so, because they're fighting very well all season for the championship, but will this be the pressure point? Here comes the Red Bull of Deflated to the middle, going into Tarzan. He's got the move done before we even reach the Junglian corner, and thus it's the deflated, the 54 in front of the 30-odd number driver, and now deflated needs to absolutely pull away like a husky carrying us Father Christmas's presents in the North Pole. Otherwise, there is no way. But with the tyres decreasing around the final few laps, this appears to be able to be sustained. They have also got a purple sector 1, so what?
Yellow flag,
As a yellow
smiley after turn 1. Had a spin.
Yes. He's spun, but he's kept the... Oh, and he's lost the front wing end plate. Barbar's having a fight. There's a close defensive drive going on here, as Kravenus has boxed again.
Yeah, he's gone for the fastest lap.
But are they going to be stuck behind the traffic of Aya? Is this going to be costly? Have they given themselves enough time to make this plan work? Just about. But that was way too risky than what it's worth here. Enough to take the fast lap voucher away. Remember, it's a 10.6 from deflated Wii. Let's see what happens here. Rolling around the final corner, coming up to Tarzan any moment now. Venica sets a 1 minute 9.9.
I need to check. That might be a record.
Is that the record? Is that a brand new record? I will improvise as I always do. 10 to a 199. So if the drivers are feeling lucky and are saving some battery, you might want to pit within the next few laps or so. I could see maybe 1, 2, 3 drivers, 4, going for this tactic as they have got nothing to lose by being in the points.
I'd say he's managed this race absolutely beautifully. It seemed an odd strategy, going medium soft, but he got
It's worked.
He got the lead off the start, which was important. He built the gap before the pit stops. There was no safety car, which really helped him. And yeah, he's at the pace to beat his teammate. So he will claw back 7 points in the championship.
Yeah,
Josh
which
will
will
be 12 ahead.
That is going to be great news for this driver. It's the team that is driven by Max Verstappen in real life. It's a Red Bull domination at the moment, with deflated Wii leading the charge this time with an excellent medium to soft strategy.
Oh, it's a
with
race to the line! Avenicus! He's got
Just-
Top Gun on the line by 56 milliseconds.
56 milliseconds!
Oh
Fair
my
play
word.
to... Aya is in 7th there. Great drive to come back from 15th and the last of the qualifiers up into the points. Jakob, wait, Richie's run out of fuel!
Yeah, Richie's run out of fuel too!
Oh, commiserations there. Jakob in 8th for now, but realistically with the penalty they'll be down to 11th. Greg will then move up to 8th, that guy 9th, and Richie, despite running out of fuel on the line, is in 11th, move up to 10th. Joseph Hales, his 2 snacks, and thank you so much, Amigo, for giving up the £10 today, which will be going to Joseph Hales' bank account. And hopefully he can enjoy 2 Tesco meal deals with that lovely, lovely £10 voucher. Good driving there from the 2 Red Bulls in a good... Oh, it's deflated a little bit in a new league. And it is deflated who wins from Josh then 10-10 with Snacks in 4th, the home hero. Avenicus in 5th, Top Gun in 6th.
Bit of a slide for Avenicus. And behind Avenicus we have Greg. So these are the leading 3 in terms of the order in which times will be set. Q3, of course, just a 12-minute session. Expect
Looks like it's gonna have to watch out for where these 3.
Let's see. No issue getting out of the way. Where he is now. He needs to get out of the way of more people later in his lap. That's through Starry, sending through the gears.
TM21 is a couple of attempts up on 10-10 at the minute. And Snacks is even further up on CM21.
19.0 for 10.10, setting the benchmark. Avenicus with a 19.4, Greg with a 19.9. CM21, quickest lap time we've seen tonight on an 18.7. Jacob does a 19.5, slots into P4. We got Snacks coming to the line, who is just prepping for a lap. Top Gun goes third, 19.2. And we have You don't think he forgot to turn on the IIRS? I think he backed off in Sector 1.
It's either that or he forgot to turn it.
I think he made a huge mistake in the first sector somewhere and then just backed off and just did another outlap. Josh, 18.8. Bit wide from deflated into Ascari. That could be the difference.
It has matched CM21 in the middle.
Will this final sector be up to snuff for deflated? 19.0, so he did lose time in Ascari by missing the apex slightly. Snacks has invalidated on his second official lap. I'm just saying, we're not used to seeing Mercedes do very well this season.
I used to be in that car, you're saying I'm terrible.
No, it's the car's fault then, isn't it?
Yes. Blame the car.
Bloisy's taken the short straw. He's got the second Mercedes.
It's a rubbish one.
Greg's 2 tenths up in the first sector. Good start, but he needs at least 4 tenths to improve his place and get ahead of Jacob, possibly other people as well.
It's good for that thing I did. Because it's only 10 travel to
The middle sector's where you make your bacon though, with those 2 Lesmo corners and the turn 4 and 5 chicane. Oh, so close.
Extremely close on going in.
I was half expecting the track map to go red then, but it just didn't.
Just chucking it and just hoping it goes.
Yeah, I want to say a tiny bit of an error in the final corner. But he does go ahead of Jacob, so can't really complain about the lap too much. Josh just coming out on track now to make it all 10. I imagine Greg will be back into the pits. Top Gun 4 tenths to the good. Through the middle. On for a point...
Up on Chaz in the first sector.
On for a 0.7 this is. Maybe a high 0.7 if he can match his personal best in Sector 3. If he can go even quicker, this could be provisional pole for Top Gun. And he comes across, takes a very narrow front line. It's an 18.8. It does make it a Williams front row provisionally.
Double Willie.
CM21, the only one on a lap right now. He has had to navigate a little bit of traffic. So hopefully those traffic have got out of the way good and proper. Otherwise this could be no improvement for BRT. It is an improvement and it's a 0.6.
Yes.
Could this be CM21's third pole position of the season? Williams, the team to beat. They have shown their hand. They have gone out earlier and can't really complain with their strategy or their pace at all. CM21 and Top Gun lead the way. Oh, and a huge snap for Smaller out of the second Lesmo corner. Should still be quick enough to beat Snack, so worth completing the lap. Checker flag has fallen. This is it. One mistake now, and the quali is over.
Ten and Avenicus staying in the first sector, deflated a 10 foot.
Well, next person on track to watch will be Jacob. Smallest Smiley does a 19.6, so P9 at the moment. If Snacks can improve, Smaller will be starting 10th on the grid. Jacob, who has that 5-place grid penalty for an infringement in Q2, needs as high a grid spot as he can. P6, that's not too bad at all. As here comes 10-10 across the line. Is it going to be an improvement? Will it be a front row? No, it is an improvement, but it's not enough.
Josh is currently 2 times down on deflated.
Snacks goes 5th with a 19.0. Smaller Smiley will be starting 10th on the grid. Avenicus goes up into P4, P3, great lap there. Has deflated, does an 18.8 and stays 5th. Josh only managing an 18.7. CM21, pole position, numero tres.
Wow.
2 Williams and 2 Red Bulls in the top 5. Could be a very interesting constructor battle going on, but there we go. CM21 and Josh on the front row of the grids. Top Gun and Avenicus. Great lap from Avenicus to get ahead of the likes of Deflated, 10-10 and Snacks, who all round out the top 7. Jacob. And here we go. Monza, it's a go. And a fantastic start. Fantastic start for Avenicus, who's looking down the inside, perhaps, of Top Gun. Swings it round the outside of one. Bit of wheel contact. Avenicus trying to stay with Top Gun and gets a great exit out of the second corner and gets up into P2. But Top Gun looking to fight back, getting in the slipstream, pulling out alongside, under pressure from 10-10 behind as well. It's all a little bit chaotic at times on the first lap. We got contact in the back. Barbar's been involved in that as well. Padge is still going backwards, so not amazing start for them three in that second chicane. A few moments ago, Smaller Smiley and Jellymouth following each other through the field as Top Gun loses another place on the second lap of this Grand Prix. Oh, and Avenicus off. Running wide at Scari. Easily done. CM21 now finds himself in the unenviable position of having drivers super close to him and no DRS here to defend his position.
Hunted on CM21.
And Deflated's catching CM21 as well. Good move from 10-10, although what you would call a routine move with the DRS. And Deflated. Lovely move. Past Avenicus, who's lost 3 places in the last 3 corners.
Oh, Jacob. That was a very weird thing.
Oh, that's a nasty one. And Frog has a 5-second collision, 5-second penalty for a severe collision with Steinos. Avenicus has got past Deflated immediately off of VSC finishing. This is very dangerous. Contact maybe. No contact at all. Really good driving. Deflated gets the better exit. Stays ahead of Avenicus, who tried to get past on the VSC ending.
No contact between the Mercedes and the Red Bull in the first chicane at Monza. What is it? Between the two.
The Smaller Smiley's out.
Oh, Smaller's out.
Where is he? There he is.
The wall at
Oh dear, we saw Snacks sideways. Smaller out, Snacks sideways. the
Yeah,
leaders.
Snap just lost the back end, so kind of roller got Snap tried to catch it and just went straight into smaller holes coming in. Yeah.
Yes,
See what they do
Snacks.
then.
So Snacks confirming he lost his rear. Mr.
Oh,
Wiggles,
Topman's
hello.
getting held up.
Speed's picking up through the final corner.
Oh,
There he is. Problem is, it's such a long straight down into turn 1, and 1010 is he's not engaging any battery actually, so he's confident in the slipstream. CM21, will he go for a move? Nope. Not close enough, not brave enough, not stupid enough, I guess. Ooh. Greg's getting swallowed up here. Oh, they're going 4 wide. They're 4 wide. Deflated has lost out to his teammate, and Josh has gone from 6th to 3rd in 1 lap.
But he just didn't want contact there. He knows he's from penalty points, so he just doesn't want anymore.
Another person who needs to be careful of penalty points is Deflated Wheeze on 8, I believe.
Yeah,
1 more and he
that's
gets a
what I'm
quali ban.
Going a bit undeflated now.
And 1010 going for the move. 2 moves going on. Josh is in the middle of both of them. Somehow
I bet
everyone
extremely scared it was
somehow everyone gets through okay. Top Gun now finds himself tailgating this battle between Levenicus and Deflated. Levenicus gets past Deflated. Better exit out of turn 2. And CM21. Oh, and he's been hit! Josh has been hit!
Oh, that was just too late breaking by Americans there, and Josh will be fuming because of that.
The championship leader losing ground and now out of the points. And with 10 laps remaining, is there anything he can do to still stay ahead in the championship tonight? He's spun it through the second Lesmo, and Josh is out. And it's another safety car. I do not believe what I've just witnessed.
I never thought I would see the day.
Josh. He had the dirty tyres after being spun at turn 4, and that is the reason why he made that unforced error into the second Lesmo corner. And it's soft compound tyres for CM21 and Deflated. And it was a very late call out of the final corner. And 1010 has got a swarm of... That is a screenshot. He's gone for it, and those hard tyres just aren't giving him the grip. Deflated, because this be the move for the lead of the race. Doing an Alex Albon, CM21 sticking around the outside, that's not going to work. Oh, and 1010's been hit.
And I just knew that wasn't going to go well.
I want to say that was poor from CM21.
Yeah. He should have been backing out there.
As much as he's allowed to go for the move, it just wasn't a sensible one. Steinos up into P2 around the outside of Top Gun now.
That is music to the players' ears.
Wow, I even see the likes of Frog in the top 5. Jellyman could be on the podium.
Oh, double Williams move here on the Ferrari. Oh, Top Gun.
Oh, Top Gun round the outside.
That is beautiful. That is amazing.
Oh, wow. Steinos fighting back. How have these guys still got ERS to play with? CM21's getting swallowed up by the ERS. But then Top Gun's forced Steinos to lift off. Steinos bit of contact with CM21 who goes over the chicane. In real life he would have to give that back.
Oh, Frog. No.
What's happened with Frog?
So well.
Place, but for how much longer? Steinos going for the move of Ascari, getting his third warning, and almost losing on the rear. And Steinos trying to force a Venicus off track. Quite aggressive, this lad, isn't he, Steinos? Move on CM21. Side by side of Venicus.
He doesn't care about penalties, this jelly man. He wants it on the track.
I was retired in the pits. That is such a shame. Steinos flying. Will he go for the double move, Steinos? No, doesn't think of it.
Oh, jelly man coming back.
Oh, Steinos on the grass. Well, this is certainly one of the more chaotic races we've had. But I have to say, I absolutely love this. Deflated though. At one point, he was behind his teammate down in 6th place in this Grand Prix, but after the second safety car took the lead, didn't matter about his tyre wear. The guys behind were battling so much that it didn't really matter. Deflated takes his 4th race win of the season in this Tier 1 as Top Gun and CM21 battle to the line, and CM21 gets his teammate by a 10th of Venicus. Finishes in 4th ahead of Jellyman. Steinos on his debut finishes P6 provisionally. We've got Greg and Padge only a 10th apart in the points. Barber will pick up a couple of points for the Haas team, and Frog, after a very eventful race from his perspective, will pick up the final point of this race. Blois Summit with just 8 rounds remaining. Yes, I want to say 8. And 1010 couldn't capitalise on Josh's DNF either, with a DNF of his own. 2 Williams and a Red Bull on the podium. Inflated takes the win. A few time penalties here and there which drop people. Steinos, good debut. A little bit aggressive on his moves. Less Jellyman Tim though, the standout from that midfield.
He's got a little bit more downforce than what he had on Tuesday. So,
it's not like the wings and the dry conditions on this track are relatively low anyway. My front wing was 40 on Tuesday night, so it's not exactly the end of the world if people are running a more downforce heavy setup.
I'll say what mine was, but I actually can't remember. So.
Josh saying the curse is in quali today, race is gonna cook.
It never cooks when I commentate on it. I'll tell you what, the only thing that is cooking at the minute is my Chinese.
The only people that are going to be cooking tonight is the
Chinese stop bringing my Chinese.
the what do I want to say? The pit engineers fixing all those front wings that are bound to be broken tonight.
Plenty of pits.
Oh, Steinos!
Oh dear.
Clarted the wall out of Spoon. Very fortunate to still be in the session. He's channeling his who crashed there on Tuesday? I can't remember. Someone crashed there Tuesday. Miklos crashed there Tuesday, thank you.
Josh also crashed there today, so.
And yes, not the easiest corner by any stretch of the imagination. I was doing some practice before the race tonight, and safe to say in the dry it's tricky enough as it is.
Yeah, it's a very tricky corner.
There's a front wing already. Demon.
Ooh, Venicus fastest.
Yeah, nice lap. Can Deflated beat it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes he can. Very nice.
That would have been very bad if you said that before he actually crossed the line and he didn't beat it.
So yes, we'll have to get the calculator out and start working out the maximum amount of points.
I will get the calculator out.
Don't forget the 15 available sprint points as well for the
Nice.
constructors. Yes, because that's just what makes it trickier. If anyone wants to work out 6 times 43 plus, I think it's 3 times 15, then that's how many points
Is
are
it
on
6
offer.
rounds left?
After this one, yeah. So at the moment there's 7 rounds.
1, 2, 3.
I think we...
God, Camper is improving. I will never watch your viewers.
It'd be interesting to see who comes out on top with the battle of the McLaren lads.
God, Camper is half a tank up still, so it's going to be extremely close between the two.
Well, as it stands, Codcamper will beat his teammate by 15 milliseconds. So there is nothing separating them at the moment. And moment of truth, will it be Cod or Frog? It's going to be Cod with a 5.55. That's very nice indeed.
What's Deflate doing? Deflate is currently 5 times up on his lap
Half
time.
a second. He's cooking.
We'll be matching what John did.
Oh, that's yeah, that's not a bit beaten.
I need to have a look at something quickly. I think he may have done exactly the same lap time as John did on Tuesday.
Are you serious? Avenica's crossed the line with no improvement. We already knew that after the spin at turn 2. Jellyman, nice lap there, goes P5, but it is Deflated's quali session. And leading the championship, he's seeing his teammate and championship rival Josh exit in Q2 due to crashing out in Q1. In the Suzuka Sunshine, Deflated takes pole position. Avenicus on the front row, and all Haas row 2 of 1010 and Steinos. Jellyman Tim gets the better of the Alfa Romeo McLaren battle. Camper Frog in an Alfa Romeo sandwich. Smaller Smiley propping that Alfa Romeo sandwich in P8. Greg in 9th place, and Aya in the Alpine in P10. Getting on the way right now, and a drive-through for oh my word, 4 people have drive-throughs.
3 of them.
4.
Both passes.
Jacob as well in 10th. Deflate's had an awful start, but to be fair, the 3 drivers who got good starts have got drive-throughs. so I guess Deflated got a decent start. And it is obviously all fully intermediate conditions. Deflated's, well, there's no rush to get past because they're going to need to serve those drive-throughs in the next 3 laps. No move working. Deflated has passed Steinos, but Steinos is in the pits to serve that drive-through. In my opinion, that is a very wise call. There's a big fight going on here. 2 Alpines, an Alfa Romeo, and an Alpha Tauri, as Greg has got a fantastic exit out the final corner and has passed Smaller into P6. Exactly why he's towards the back, as Frog has been leaped by Top Gun. Oh, and off the track and out of the race goes Jellyman Tim. You saw it in the foreground. He was having a great start. There's a full course safety car, and this is exactly what I mean. Serve that drive-through immediately, because if a safety car comes out, you can't serve it. I can't read that comment, Jellyman. I assume you're joking, but I hope you enjoy your whiskey. Safety car is in this lap. So Avenicus and 1010, I imagine, will be diving straight into the pit lane. Just depends on how many laps they can stay out.
I'm just seeing what he caught that in the half.
Good, so I'm glad you're joking. Oh, Avenicus, bit of a slide, almost collides with the pit entry wall. They can stay out to complete another lap, but I imagine Avenicus and 1010 will be in this lap to serve their drive-throughs. Deflated effectively leads this Grand Prix. Oh, and Avenicus goes a little bit too deep into turn 1. Doesn't get that car slowed as quickly as he can. Deflated here. If he can get past Avenicus, that would be good for him, because then he can start to build a gap on the drivers behind. We've got some pretty capable people in the top 10. Last. Okay. So he has to come in this lap. Jacob's in this lap as well. And Josh is going backwards, and he's had a spin at
Oh,
turn
dear.
3. And he's lost the front wing.
Safety car.
Just a yellow... Oh yeah, it's a full safety car. We haven't got safety car words on our screen, but it is a full safety car.
Yeah,
And
it was
again,
safety car, though.
this has bitten Venicus in the butt cheeks. Because if he...
Equal.
Although I'm not a fan of sushi, I don't like raw food.
Equal people, however, Chinese food over Japanese food any day of the week.
And people
Ooh,
are boxing
they've got
onto dry
They've got
tyres.
some dry tyres.
So Venicus is pitted to try and serve that drive-through. Or has he?
Yeah, I think it's a bit practical.
Everyone's boxing on... Well, not everyone, but half the drivers are boxing onto... So they must know that the rain is going to
It won't
clear up.
stop in.
Now are... Obviously, when will Camper go for it? And are his tyres up to temperature? Very tentative out the final corner, but he has gone for it. Oh, and someone's in the barrier. It's a Venicus. And he's not served his drive-through.
Oh my. He needed to come in that's why.
Yeah, that's... It's just careless.
Yeah.
More than me, but I unfortunately hold the record of the most podiums without a win in this league. It's bugging me.
So currently, the split is 4.8 seconds off what Greg just did.
Grow. Because then Greg can just slot in between, and after a few laps get the tyres back up to temperature. Steinos has a moment through the second part of Spoon, and who is that off the track?
Oh,
It's Smaller Smiley.
Smaller by the commentator.
Why have we got so many cursing moments tonight? Yeah, it was 18.8, it's now 17.3, so there's no question Deflated will come out in the lead of this Grand Prix. The question will be, can Greg stay ahead of Steinos? I imagine he will. Here comes Deflated
It'll be tight.
as he sets a new fastest lap of the race.
I don't think that shows the driver fast now.
And, well, Greg is
And
well
he is
clear of Steinos.
well ahead.
So, Greg has 4 seconds to make up.
That's not impossible.
Is a slouch. He has had the most points, I believe, in a single season for Greg since IRL began. And
I
that
have
is,
nothing against Deflated.
I was
but
about to say,
the
that is,
amount-
that is by no means anything against Deflated, but Greg has been tantalisingly close to that first win this season before. And
difference last lap 1.7 seconds.
well, the question not is if... Oh, has Ayers
Oh.
crashed? Is this going to be a safety car? Yes, it is! Oh. I imagine Deflated will be in. All of those who boxed initially for
Second.
slicks.
Fourth will definitely stay out.
I imagine Steinos, 1010 Joseph, Top Gun will be
Oh,
in
dear.
next time around. Ooh, Patch, drive-through penalty.
Maybe
Yes, he
not.
does. Question is, does Steinos
Greg,
pit?
Greg goes in. That guy stayed out. Colcamper stayed out. Sign off in. Anthony. Josh in.
Deflated doesn't need to be too aggressive. It just needs to be patient. And here we go. 7 to go. And Deflated has got a really good exit out of the final corner. And he's got that move done on Quad Camper immediately. That is absolutely crucial. Steinos is the one challenging Greg, rather than Greg challenging Quad Camper right now. But Greg maintains 4th place through the first corner. It looks like everyone's got through okay.
Like a lion.
Deflated's using ERS. And that guy's giving him the space. Down the inside of 130R, Deflated takes the lead of the Japanese Grand Prix. But how long can he keep it? No DRS, of course, until lap 3 after a restart. So Deflated here, if he can get a good lap under his belt, has put himself in prime position to not only win this but extend his championship lead. We got battling in the back between Jacob and Smaller Smiley, and Frog is in there as well. Amazingly, no time penalties. Watch someone get one now. As that goes, Steinos looking for a move on Greg. Round the outside of the hairpin. Greg gets the initial traction. Steinos gets the better exit. And a beautiful move. Steinos up into 4th. Deflated has just checked out. Oh, Steinos off the track at Dunlop. He keeps his foot in it. Oh, and he pushes Greg off. Oh, that's really poor.
That was extremely late move there by Steinos.
Oh, and Greg's going backwards as a result. I feel so sorry for Greg, man. That is not his fault. He's had to avoid an incident, slow down. He's got overtaken by Joseph and 1010, and now under huge pressure from Josh and Top Gun behind. If I was Greg, I'd be reporting that. Has the 3-second penalty already, so there's really no need to defend that hard. But we have seen that before from Steinos, so maybe he's just an overly aggressive racer. The battle still rages on behind. Deflated takes the checkered flag, wins in Suzuka, and extends his championship lead. A fantastic podium for that guy in Cod Camper as the penalties get taken into account. 1010 will finish 4th. Greg, who should potentially have won this race tonight, finishes in P5. Josh recovers to 6th. Top Gun from the back of the field in P7. Steinos and Joseph 8th and 9th with those 3-second time penalties. I imagine Joseph will want that 3-second removed because that's just what he does. Jacob finishes in the points. Oh, Deflated ascends in his podium celebration and now will take the championship lead by another 18 points. Deflated officially, or provisionally, leads this championship by 31 points. Here we go, it's a Red Bull lockout with 2 Williams and 2 Mercedes in the top 3 as well. And it's a good start from Josh. Pulls to the inside as most drivers in F1 do nowadays. In turn 1, a little bit wide from Deflated, but gets away with it. There's a big collision at the back, and it's Smaller Smiley once again with Jacob. So, not the first time that's happened. Guy. And Top Gun getting past his teammate Richie on the opening lap. Already 3 warnings for track limits and gets time penalty. Big fight, not big fat, big fight. Going on towards the back end of the field, that guy and Iron. They're going around the outside of Iron in turn 1. Lovely move there. That move stick. As Joseph said he'd be on the move, and indeed he is. Using any battery. Oh, his teammate moves to the right. A little bit late there. The player has to back out of it, and now Josh has forced him off track. Ever so slightly. The Top Gun's now past the Venicus because the Venicus had to back out of that.
Oh, dear, Venicus.
And the Venicus got time a track limits penalty in the process, yeah. I think one thing sparked the next thing there, and it all started with Josh's, I'm going to say, relatively late defence into turn 1. Or Venicus has gone wide out of turn 8, and he's lost a couple of places. He's just drops back behind both Williams. If I can talk today, that'd be great. Switchback attempt. Top Gun on Josh. Josh to the inside. Well, Top Gun's swinging around the outside. He's got the room. Might have been off track slightly when he got that overtake done. Somehow they're going side by side through that section, and Top Gun does get that overtake done. Very nice indeed. And Jacob for that at the moment. Both Alfa Romeos not having the best races. Top Gun has made a move for the lead of the race. So I wonder if Deflated has made some kind of issue in those right-handed corners. Or maybe this is tactical because Deflated has the DRS and overtakes for the lead. And Josh is out! What? Josh has crashed!
Oh dear.
Oh! And that is a nasty one. Full course safety car.
I can't lie, I was on board with it, but I wasn't really paying attention.
Oh,
But
TD,
what happened?
clip your last minute and rewatch.
I watched it.
You need to know if there was contact or if Josh just dropped it.
I can't lie, I was falling asleep.
5th time this season. Josh, was it contact with CM21?
I think he just got that noise in the way.
Gap out front would be 55 points. They've had no real push laps to go to base their tyre temperature off, so it's just going to be how they've managed under the safety car. And are there going to be any pile-ups? Safety cars generally will cause more safety cars, as we know. Deflated has got a pretty good restart there, but CM21 is in the slipstream, probably using some battery. Any moves into turn 1, we've got Bloisey making a move on Quad Camper. Rick having a look at that guy down the inside, but not quite close enough to challenge into turn. Not using any battery, so he's not in a rush to get this move done. Maybe he's just trying to force CM21 into making a mistake, and there is that mistake, running wide at turn 1. Time penalty. Maybe now Avenicus will start to be a bit more aggressive. Maybe go for this overtake. CM21 just casually driving off the track. Maybe saying hello to a marshal. There goes Avenicus. Oh, could have ended a lot worse. But yeah, so far this race, it's very much been big train. Like it's trying to stick with it. Gets a time penalty as a result. Venegas takes the lead. Oh, there's a spinner! CM21! And Joseph went off. That was the spinner I was talking about. CM21 just on a snap, which he corrected. Joseph Hales is off. And that is a commentator's curse, I will admit.
Yeah, he admitted it.
We were just talking about how these top 5 have been in such a close train for the whole race. And as soon as I say it, and hitting is Avenicus. So, not risking it for another safety car. And Top Gun now. DRS open. Deflated has no battery. But we all know what's happening here. And it does. Grateful that there's no more contact. Maybe added to his sprint result instead of his feature result.
It will be.
So Top Gun.
In this one, but
Top Gun here is, I don't think the best strategy for Top Gun, because with the 6-second penalty, he's DRSing off of Deflated, and that's great. But that
he just
gap,
can't pull away, so there's not that he can really do.
the gap is staying at 6 seconds the whole time, so he must be looking behind him on the MFD going, well, I'm 6 seconds ahead, I've got 6 seconds of time penalties here as Bloisey retires. Might salvage P4 if things go his way. But he needs to get past Jellyman here. He's been following his teammate for the best part of, I want to say 15 laps, to be honest. Most of this race at the very minimum. It's now Venicus is on the charge. The smallest one will hate you.
And you keep saying this and then having to be all these things together.
Deflated takes the lead on the final lap of the race, down into turn 1. It won't make too much of a difference anyway with the time penalty situation unless Deflated gets one this lap. In that case, that move was for the win. Avenicus up into P4. Smaller Smiley's job now is to try and follow Avenicus. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. The only thing you could say he did wrong was stick around the outside at turn 1, which caused most of the drama in this race. But can't really say that was his fault.
Oh!
Oh, he almost got a penalty there.
Deflated drag racing to the line! Who gets this on the track? Oh, Deflated gets it anyway.
Deflated takes the lead of the retains the lead of the championship and extends it to 55 points with just 6 races remaining. I think Jacob gets the podium from Smaller Smiley by just 7/10 of a second. Great race from Smaller considering he was the last at lap 1. Jellyman has run out of fuel on the line and will stay in P7 as Aya beats his teammate Richie on track with some questionable dancing. Richie, with that penalty, misses out on some points. Greg and Cod nick them. Padge just not quite been the race for him as he finishes the race in 12th. But can't really put any blame or any fault of any of this on Deflated. But there we go. Provisionally speaking, Deflated wins this race and extends the lead at the top of the championship to 55 points with 6 to go. Top Gun, another great podium. Didn't do an awful lot wrong, just the time penalties cost him in the end.
The inside of John. The lights are out in America and it looks like Deflated has got a good start and is looking to go up inside of John and he does get the move done up into P1 then for Deflated and the American is down to P2. A lot of different choices in tyres, some people going hard, some people going mediums, and John looks to be under a lot of pressure here, not getting the start that he wanted. He's already losing 7/10 and he's under a little bit of pressure from Killian, who is on them hard tyres. And like I say, needs to try and gain points on Deflated. And in the background, a lot of people going side by side. Avenicus trying to go down inside of Padge. Can't get the move done. Of the DRS, not the DRS, the ERS and Slipstream. As 10 gets past Smaller. Avenicus stays behind for the time being. But he is putting Steinos under a lot of pressure. Oh, and Small Smiley losing traction there out of turn 14 on them hard tyres, and that is him down to last after a brilliant sprint. He'd have to Barber and Greg. Avenicus goes up the inside of Steinos. Greg, losing traction there, and that will lose him 2 positions at least, maybe even 3 if Jellyman can get close enough, but he isn't. And it's CM21 up into P9, Barber up to P8, and Greg down to P10 now for the minute. But look who is in the DRS, and that is 10 on Killian. And 10 gaining a lot of position so far. And up to P4, showing good pace in the Haas. With, obviously, winner from 10 is a very fast driver. On to lap 4. And CM21 looking towards the inside of Baba. And getting the move done quite easily. And we'll be chasing his next target now, which is Steinos. And that is Greg back up as an upper position to P9. Deflated pulling away at the start, but John coming back at him now. And looking probably go for a move into turn 12. Defending towards the inside, but he's just a sitting duck. Just looks to be struggling a little bit compared to 10-10, and you'd imagine that both Red Bulls, one's under attack, one is attacking. The Fleet gets up into the lead, and Josh loses out in the podium position, and Venicus getting the move done on Killian, so Venicus has come back. It's going quite well at the minute. Killian just not having the pace of these top four. And the two that overtook this lap look to be able to pull a bit more of a gap this lap, which is probably what they wanted. As 10-10 comes into the pits, the first of the top runners into the pit lane, and we'll see what it does go on to. It goes on to softs, so maybe a 2-stop for 10-10, which is interesting to see. John, the Flares, looks close enough to be able to go for the move on John. Does go to the inside and gets the move done on the Ferrari. And the Venicus' comeback is on even more, as he's right behind the Red Bull driver. Should be able to go for the move on Josh. Has the DRS and goes up inside off the Red Bull. Said he's overtaken a Red Bull. You don't see that much this year. I am on my own, Demon. Just me today. It's Tim's birthday, so he isn't here, so it's just me. But it's good to see you, Demon. They are extremely similar pace. Lap 14 then, going on to 15. Deflated is leading this race from John to Avenicus and then to Josh, the top four. Looking extremely solid at the minute, but 10-10 in P7 is going for an alternate strategy, and I have just seen rain. I thought I did, and it is starting to rain halfway through this race, and I'd be interested to see what the rain does here for smaller compared to Bar. It's so easy. And you'd imagine smaller will gain some time. I imagine. Oh, 10-10. We ignore that. Yeah, everyone into the pit lane. Onto the soft. Onto the inter tyre. It'll be interesting to see how much time smaller does gain. Oh, and I forgot about this. Josh won't be happy. He's lost out about 4 seconds to the Deflated. Just keeping his head ahead of Avenicus. Oh, and John. That's a costly penalty. And all of it, all Deflated needs to do now. Keep penalty free. And it doesn't even matter if he's two drivers behind get him. To do on Killian is very close to Avenicus. We'll have a run down into turn 12. I imagine both using the RS. Avenicus defending to the inside. John to the outside. Can he get the moves on? A little bit of contact between the two. But John getting good traction going up into turn 13 now. Avenicus keeping it around the outside. John on the inside. Still side by side going up into turn 15 now. And this will be Avenicus on the inside. But John will have the inside for 16, 17 and 18. But Avenicus just getting that traction, keeps him ahead. Oh, and a little bit of contact there between the two. Smaller trying an opportunistic move around the outside of turn 8. Didn't quite get it done. And John has got the move on Avenicus. and Smaller gets the move done on CM21. And CM21 will be struggling with that wing damage. Whereas now it started off brilliantly, got up into P6. And just that mistake going through 16, 17 and 18, making his life a nightmare. And I think his tyres are a little bit shot. Because he's drifting all. It looks a little bit staged, to be honest, but I will not comment. Yeah, it is at the minute. It's just really immature. Tamino got punished for this in previous years. These two looking like they're going to give us a battle to the end. John is defending a little bit. Avenicus goes to the inside. Let's see what they do then going into turn 12. I think a little bit of contact there. Nothing too much, but John is still on the inside going into turn 13. Oh, and I think another little tiny tap gives Avenicus the position and up into P2. To the end then, deflated. Coming through the final 4 corners then. As I said, a very mature drive from the championship leader. And will be extending his gap at the top. It's just whether it be by another 10 or another 13, but deflated does cross the line to win in USA. Avenicus comes up in P2. Where will Josh finish? Josh does get the podium to come home in P3. John in P4. And Killian with his comeback drive to get P5. Which is very good for Killian. Greg and Small Smiley both very close to each other. Greg coming up in P6 and Smaller in P7. Smaller with that good choice to pit for lap earlier to gain the time into P7. Johnny Man with a good comeback back up into P8. And I'm sure we'll be happy with some points, but gets smaller on penalties. That guy comes home in P9. Camper, I think, will get the last point on penalties. Yeah, gets P10. Oh, did he stay there? I didn't see that, to be honest with you. But yeah, deflated, rising on the podium, rising in his championship lead. And you imagine, with only 4 rounds remaining, and the gap being now 66 points, you'll imagine that he's at least got one finger on that championship now. So he's deflated in P1, Avenicus getting P2, Josh in P3.
Hoping to get another pole this season. Very difficult that final sector to get it right, especially in quali where it's the best chance at maximising the grip. 16.6 for Snacks, not the quickest we've seen. It was a 16.0, the quickest we've seen so far. As we have an Alpine off, that is Aya just getting out of the way of drivers on his outlap, so hopefully Steinos wasn't distracted. We have a Ferrari coming to the line. That is Jacob, 16.2, so he's done 16.5 in Q1, 16.5 in Q2, and now 16.2, so Jacob is improving, finding grip out on the track. Steinos, 16 flat. Provisional pole, CM21 with that banker puts him in what is now 6th. That's deflated, goes within 4 or 5 milliseconds of a 1 minute 15. What about Josh?
Did a practice race on Monday. Deflated and Josh are both in there. Josh ran away with it. And he's running away with this one. 10th and a half now. His grip on pole position. Pretty strong. Oh, as we catch iron. Getting on the outside curve there at turn 3. And going for a bit of a spin. Benicus, though, having issues too. He's turned off his ERS. It's a 15.8 though. The red light was flashing. Maybe there's a bit of a visual glitch on our screens. In Q2, so I imagine Greg is able to beat that time. Here he starts. He's the only one on track right now. So we have a couple of drivers re-entering the track out of the pit lane at the moment. On board with Greg. Smooth, nice steering. So far so good. I'll be using the curbs, but I like the line. Had a tiny loss of traction, but it's still up on his time through the middle. The stadium section, this is where lap times can be lost or perfected. Get it right, and you gain positions in quality. 16.6 ahead of Snacks. Took that corner well though. Having a curb on the exit and the entry. Beautiful that section as well. Maybe has a bit more stability in the car than other people. People getting out of the way. If only people did that in the race. You'd have a lot easier time out there. Either aims for a 16.6 to beat anyone. There's a 16.4 up into P7. That's very nicely done indeed. Steinos on a lap. Greg has recharged the battery and will go again. Avenicus starting a lap time. Josh just coming to the line now with 18 seconds to spare. Gets there pretty comfortably. The first two drivers of the two Ferraris, Jacob has invalidated, but Joseph is going again after that invalidation. So both Ferraris will be the last to cross the line. Aya has backed off after that 16.4, so that's the best he can do. Still, the battle for pole rages. CM21 improves to 4th place with a 16.0. Snacks comes across the line. We said watch out for Snacks. He could be one to put himself up there in the fight. 15.7. Beautiful lap has deflated, invalidates, and goes. Will have to stay 4th for the moment. Steinos has invalidated his time as Greg is coming to the line and has done a very satisfying 57.000 through the middle. But what about his lap time? It is an improvement. It's a 16.5, but it's no improvement. Josh is a 10th up through the middle sector. Needs to find a bit more in the final sector if he wants pole position from Snacks, and he does. He smashes it in the final sector and gets a 2/10 improvement on his time. Joseph Hales, there's a 15.8, it goes P3. What about Jacob? He, no improvement, 6 milliseconds and stays in 8th. But Josh, what a lap time. He needed to find some time in that last sector, and boy did he find it. He found a whole 10th, and that 10th gives him his 5th pole position of the season. Well done, Josh. Many congratulations. I was waiting for that. So Josh, This is because TD has gone. It's not. It's just not. So Josh takes his 5th opposition of the season in an attempt to keep his championship hopes alive. Remember, Inflated Wee outscores Josh by 21 points tonight. He will be crowned champion here tonight with 3 races to spare. Snacks on the front row of the grid. Joseph Hells and the Venicus make up row 2. This is the start. Pole position here may not be the blessing that it normally is with such a long run down to turn 1. It's pretty congested. Looks like they're 3 wide. Trying to make it 4 wide. It's deflated out of nowhere. Dives it down the inside. That's CM21 you see going off the track. And he may get some time penalties for that. We've got a Mercedes going slow. That's that guy on the inside of turn 2. He's had some issues. But deflated. What a start. He's got the slipstream off of the other drivers as Joseph is really pushing him. And he's trying to go around the outside. Deflated forces him off track. Avenicus here has got the run out of 5 and has got the move done on Joseph. Joseph will be a little bit disappointed that Deflated has pushed him off track there, and he's in 21. Looks for the run on Joseph, opts for the outside route. Joseph sticks it nice and deep into turn 4 to try and push CM21 off the track, but CM21 doesn't give up on it, and in the end those soft tyres are just giving him all the grip in the world. And in the end, Joseph backs out of that move. Josh leads by 1.2. Yellow flag. We have a spin of that smaller Smiley. And it's a virtual safety car, so I imagine there's probably some damage. And no front wing for smaller Smiley. He will need to come in and get a new one. A real 4 laps will start to go off. Camper opens the rear wing. And pretty comfortably flies on by. She goes defensive. Barber opts for the outside route for the overtake. Unorthodox one. Usually you see people dive down the inside. The rear end slightly. As a result, that guy's capitalised and Richie is now down into 11th. That guy looking for a move. Breaks himself slightly. Richie slings it around the outside. Off the track. Bit of contact. And Greg's dropped it. CM21's ahead. Avenicus has overtaken Deflated in the last few moments, and all 3 of them are in DRS range of each other. Avenicus now looking for the lead of the race and gets it. Josh will not have DRS. I wonder then if Deflated could use this opportunity to get past his teammate. All this season we have seen a trend. Whenever these 2 Red Bulls are close to each other on track, Deflated has always led his teammate, and when a safety car has come out, Josh has had to double stack and he's lost quite a lot of positions. One to trigger the undercut. For Deflated, he's on a 2-stop, and if I'm honest, I like this call. Others it takes to the escape road for that one. Deflated looking to not literally bully his way through, but he needs to force his way through pretty quickly. CM21 is on old soft compound tyres. This is torture for Deflated. I know he's only been stuck behind him a couple of corners, but every time he has to lift off, it gives Avenicus a chance, who is into the pits and is coming out on another set of medium compound tyres. There you can see the gap between Deflated and the former race leader Avenicus, and it's still 2.5 seconds. Lots of people lagging out. Josh boxes 2 laps after his teammate. You can see on the map, Deflated is gone. He has dropped his teammate with that 2-lap undercut, and Josh is onto exactly the same tyre strategy. Medium, medium. Deflated here needs to get past Steinos without losing too much time. DRS open. The championship leader. And, not massively sure why Steinos fought it that hard, but each to their own. Now, onto the race leader, Jacob, who I assume is coming to the one stop, otherwise he would have pitted by now. Levinicus takes the lead. Battle to be watching right now. See if that guy can get past Steinos with the DRS. I wonder what's happening out there. It deflated. I found an extra gear. We haven't seen two Red Bulls awfully close in real life recently. It's nice to supplement that with our sim racing league. Joseph Boxes, 21 laps on that hard compound of tyre. He has done a marvellous shift, and now for the final 10 laps of this, 12 laps of this race, goes on to a brand new set of soft compound tyres. He's going to be absolutely flying. Josh is the first to box. Remember, these three leaders are on a two-stop strategy. Medium, medium, and now Josh is the one to trigger the undercut. Jacob looking for a move down the inside of Steinos. Steinos being perhaps a little bit stubborn, making that Aston Martin very wide. Very wide cars anyway, those Formula One vehicles, but Steinos making it even wider. Jacob opts for the outside route, swings it around. Steinos, oh, Jacob forces him off track. But this is my corner. Back off, and again forces him off track. Momentum down to turn 1. There you can see Avenicus in the foreground. Josh's tyres are up to temperature. Avenicus needs to take care in this first sector not to make any mistakes here. Gap was 4.5. Certainly smaller than that now. Steinos, Jacob, nothing to give. Josh with the new fastest lap. Of late it has been swallowed up in that pit stop window. Jacob looks to break the slipstream. Steinos has the rear wing open for the DRS. 2 points. He's hoping for a P8 which will give him 4 valuable points in the championship. Has have P2 in the championship at the moment and have a 30-second point lead. 30-second point lead? 30-point lead, shall I say, to Aston Martin in third. Hope you're all well. Three wide into turn 1. Contact with Cod and Barbar. The CM21 trying to force his way through. Cod Camper off the track and lost a good chunk of time. That's why CM21 is down there. And since he's been involved in this battle, it's been very difficult to get out of the battle. Slightly calmer race on Sunday, please. I agree. They will finish ahead of him. If Avenicus gets a time penalty, he may lose the race win. CM21 really struggling under braking with these old medium compound tyres. Levelling up a switchback. Oh, it's beautiful. That is a lovely move. And I know they're on old tyres. Barber has plenty of ERS left. Somehow. CM21 looking to fight. Bit of contact. Oversteer galore. And somehow they all still stay in this Grand Prix. I think Barbar got an illegal overtake on CM21. He's lifted off there and let him back past. Stevie P1, Sun got P2, Matty P3. Although just needs to stay within penalty range of CM21. Out front though, Avenicus, since taking the lead in the first stint, he's not put a foot wrong. His pace has been phenomenal. His consistency has been flawless. And his pit stop strategy has been solid. He wins in Mexico. And Josh comes home to finish in second, deflated, finishing on the podium. It doesn't really matter if his teammate outscored him by 3 points here tonight. He still leads the championship by a whopping 63 points. As Joseph, fantastic comeback in this Grand Prix, has to be said. As Smaller Smiley gets the fastest lap of the race, Jacob gets his teammate on penalties. That guy will lose out to Steinos on time penalties as well on the line. Greg was running outside the points for the first stint of this Grand Prix after spinning early on. He has had a magnificent comeback to finish in P8, and Cog Camper, excuse me, picks up more points. That's 4 in a row for Cog Camper. He is on a rich reign of form. Padge does get a point by overtaking CM21 on time penalties on soft compound tyre in the first stint. So that is something. As the podium rings, it is victory for Avenicus, and that is his first race victory in IRL. He got his first pole position 2 weeks ago in Qatar. He got his second pole last week in Texas, and now in Mexico gets his first race victory in IRL. Well done, Avenicus.
The 5 red lights are coming on. And we are finally underway in Brazil, and we don't look to have a safety car this time. John has stayed ahead of the flirted once again. Doesn't look to be too many positions changing at the minute. Jellyman and Codcamper in towards the back, having a little bit of a tussle. And it look, there's a big crash there. Spoony and Smaller having a massive crash there, and I think we've got a VSC. We will have a quick look at the position changes, see what's changed. I am up 2. Avenicus having another poor start, down 3 places. We'll decide when he wants to bolt. And I think he might have already gone for it, which he has. On to lap 4 then. First proper lap that we have got. Couple of position changes in the background. Obviously people wanting to get the moves done. Less laps now means less chances of overtakes. But if the top 2, you'd imagine, stay close to each other, it'll be hard for George and Josh to catch up with their medium tyres and get past. We'll see what John does then. Has the DRS, goes to the inside, and a pretty simple move for the American driver. Gets back into the lead, but the third is coming back at him and gets that move done. Nice and easy. And we saw this a few times in the sprint race, back past deflated. Barra then looking for the move up the inside of Steinos, gets the move done. Could Steinos come back at Barra? We've seen it for quite a few drivers, as deflated is showing. On John back into turn 4. Barra defended to the inside, Steinos going to the outside. So you saw these two battling in the sprint race, and Barra showing some good defence, but Steinos isn't giving this up into turn 6, still going side by side, and it is hard to go around the outside into that corner, and Steinos stays ahead for the time being, and Jellyman is trying to stick his nose in somewhere to try and get past these two. Steinos defending up into the Alex R1 corner, I'm going to call it. Ooh, and that is a bit of a glitch. So we'll just have to try and see who has actually got the fastest lap at the end. Oh, and Avenicus going for another spin into turn 6. This isn't going well for Avenicus. He showed good pace in the qualifying, and as it stands, as I said at the start of the stream, if Deflated finishes where he is, he will be the champion tonight. I think his gap is 66 points, I think it is. So even if Josh does finish below 4th place, then that means no matter if Deflated scores no points, he is champion. Josh goes ahead then. Josh then into the pit lane, going for the undercut on George, and will most likely get the undercut on the top 2 as well, with off tyres. So he thinks that rain that we all know is coming. It's coming relatively soon to Jellyman and Barab is scrapping this pretty much his whole race, and he can't be losing too much time behind these two if he wants to try and catch back up the back of him. And he's gained a lot of time in this lap. Ayahuasca gets the first time penalty of the race halfway through this race, and Josh is right at the back of Barab. And you'd imagine he will be going for the move. Goes to the inside of Barab, and will probably be wanting to move on Jellyman as well. 2 positions last lap, and another 2 this lap for Josh, and he's up into P6. His next target is Greg, as Deflated and John switch around. I said 5 seconds up he needed to catch, and he has already got that in 2 laps. So he's now got Greg, pulled a 7/10 gap as well already through 2 corners. And his next opponent is Jacob up the road. The rain also could not be heavy enough for the Inters, as we saw in USA. John getting back past into turn 1. Oh, and the rain has started. The rain is here, as Deflated there running extremely wide, and that could be the sign of the track already getting wet. And Deflated is out of the second mark, and this could give the opportunity to George Plaster if he can get close enough with the ERS and DRS. Deflated didn't get it, but George just isn't close enough to go for the move, as Josh has got back past Jacob, and is now only 5 seconds off these top runners. At the minute, it looks a little bit early for the Inter tyres. But he is going on to them. Interesting. We'll have to have a watch of Greg's times to see where he fenders and Jellyman's. It is getting a little bit more wet, as I was saying. And they are coming into the pits as Deflated nearly goes into the back of John again. Josh is choosing to stay out. Interesting. This will be interesting to see what happens with Josh here. Whether he makes significant gains on his overcut. And George has lost a lot of time coming into the pits as well. Oh, and Josh basically in the wall there, couldn't even stop the car. John and Deflated going side by side, and they do inherit the lead once again. Lap 33 then, 4 laps to go. And George Plaster also joining in. And that could be it for John. And that could be the title sealed for Deflated Wii. Deflated was very critical of himself last season about how he said he bottled the championship. Oh! And there's a bit of contact there between the two of them. And I don't think Deflated will be happy with that, as he does want the 6th win in a row. John gets up into the lead of the race. And he will be able to hold it going through into the line. John crosses the line to win the race. But it is Deflated Wii, the champion of AT1. George comes home in P3 once again. Jacob with a very good race in P4. Josh, a valiant effort this season, coming home in P5 but losing out ultimately to his teammate in the championship. Greg in P6, very good result. Bella P7. Cod Camper coming home in P8. Points once again from McLaren. Aya will be in P9. And Novit will get the last point on his AT1 debut. Pole position, he got a sprint race win. And he also got the feature race win. And here are your standings. Don't think Deflated will be too happy with P2, as he wanted the 6 wins in a row, but I'm sure he is happy no matter what. That happened.
For the last time then, 81 are back on track, and with a very depleted grid we get underway. Deflated leads Björn and stays ahead into turn 1. Lovely done there from the driver who's about to be crowned AT1 champion. He's not champion yet. Not in my eyes.
So he's going to do a Max Verstappen to him.
There's the tyre strategies. And Björn on the hard compound tyres got those really up to temperature pretty quickly. No one on the softs, so no one's going to be flying through the field up them. But they are pretty close down this back straight. Maybe it's because there's 13 of them. It seems a bit closer. But Deflated trying to move, opting for the switchback. Will have got a really good exit there. This is where setup comes into picture. Who's got more straight line speeds? Who's using more energy? Deflated has to settle for P2. John has passed Josh there in the background, up into 3rd as Deflated attempts to move around the outside. That's lovely. Oh, there's contact! And Björn has... Oh, don't bin it, Peeps. Oh, just don't bin it. And thankfully,
We can't be
mercifully,
lap 1.
Mercifully, everyone's through there. Deflated, as things stand, hasn't won the championship, but is pretty much certain to win it tonight.
Oh, dinosaur for chocolate turn.
But it's been a very odd campaign for Josh. He's had, I would say, very limited luck. He's been taken out a couple of times here and there, which has affected his title chances, but Deflated has got, I think, 5 or 6 wins in a row.
towards the second half of the season. So I think if Deflated does win it tonight, which is looking likely, he'll have deserved it. Waiting for a moment in this race where it just calms down a little bit. So I can tell you more about plans for season 6, but at the moment, no respite. It is very frantic action. Josh is just waiting on the back of this top 4, making sure Dom doesn't get any DRS behinds. Josh, incredibly patient.
Deflating as well. Red light flashing on the back.
Bit of a snap. Don't think there's any room for John to make a move here. Well, the most important thing is you don't get any stewards penalties. John not using any ERS until now. You get a lovely slipstream, so I wonder if John's running lower wings than Deflated tonight. Deflated forces his way around the outside. I'm going to say it was a bad move, but he put his elbows out a little bit there. And as a result, John's lost the place to his teammate. Right, okay. So the PC boys have just lagged out. What have you missed? We have a new quali record. Deflated got a 21.8 something. It's been a very steady 9 laps. This top 5 have been the top 5 for a while now. We've had a few changes for the leads. Josh has obviously lost a couple of places since qualifying 3rd, but on those hard tyres, he's just been pacing himself behind this top 4. Deflated gets past before the straight, so I wonder if Björn was playing a little bit of DRS chicken with him. And he will get DRS here, I wonder. Björn will. And pops the inside route, very clever. John getting past as well, making use of that DRS. John go for the move here. F1 game for Steam players died. That is a shame. We thought it might be that. Björn retakes the lead, as you can see. John maintains P2. Oh, someone's flying off. Who is that? That's Josh. Josh has had a massive spin. I didn't actually see what happened. As John has triggered an undercut. Everything's happening on the end of lap 12. So John has triggered that undercut. Everyone will now have to respond. It's more the lead. Oh! Huge incident! Björn and Deflated make contact. And, wow. The last thing Deflated Way needs is to get a penalty point. Doesn't matter about the win. You're going to win the championship tonight. As Avenicus was in P7 a few laps ago, now leads this race. As a few people have responded to that undercut. Deflated is in, Jacob is in, and Björn is in. And hope that the other 3 have a bit of a nightmare in order for his outside shot at the championship to come to fruition. So join us on Sunday night for a potentially 4-way, and I've missed a huge incident. You've seen it on screen, but I haven't. I've been looking at my PC. So yes, 3 cars involved in that. Maybe you can tell me what happened, chat. I have no idea.
Jellyman pits, but John and Jacob, I think, were involved in that. 9. Venegas has retired, and he has crashed at the exit of turn 4, and there's a full course safety car. Did someone just press a sabotage button for this race? I'm really confused, chat, as to what just happened in the last 30 seconds. Venegas is out. So everyone was in different places. PC guy's still trying to join back. Then Venegas crashed out. Novi has only just joined back, but good news for him, there's a safety car, so he's back in the race.
Oh, interesting.
I am confused.
Dom's got
Own car for one of their tiers. So
and join us for 82 because we don't know who the champion is yet.
exactly. And when will Dom go? He's on the soft compound, so
No.
we'll get a good traction advantage over Josh. Demonstrating
I
that out
imagine
front corner.
he's going to blast it for a couple of that.
The calling laps needed from Dom here, but Josh stays in that DRS. He's in a good spot here to win this Grand Prix.
His tyres are going to die at the end. It's just be interesting.
Evening, Johnny B. Beginner's luck. Others call it adrenaline. Do they have the consistency to hold on and fight off who has possibly been one of the most consistent drivers in the last 3 seasons for IIRL in the form of Josh?
I'm sure Josh is going in for this win because he ain't had a lot this season. I can't actually remember how many he's had.
Josh,
I'm sure he's wanting to win.
Josh,
I
amazingly,
feel like
I
it's
looked
only one.
at the stats before the race, and he's only won 1 race this season, and that was back in Canada. He's had 13 podiums and only 1 victory. In for me in the last couple of weeks. Bio makes his move up into 2nd place. Steward Mark D has done a fantastic job all season.
Yeah, Mark's been
Consistently.
brilliant.
Consistent as always in his stewarding.
Always gets it out quite quickly as well.
For a safety car, Dom and Josh stayed out that far before making a pit stop, so they were 1st and 2nd. Bit of weaving from Dom there. Björn makes his move. Dom allows it. Oh, snap from Björn.
What?
And Josh here could be in a good situation to pick up the bones. It looks like all 3 of them have had compromised exits out of that chicane. Deflated is back in this fight now. The championship leader hasn't won the championship yet. How many more times can I get away without laughing at that?
Yeah.
On, goodness, I have to remember the dates now. On
4th, 7th, and then
is it Thursday the 4th?
9th?
Give me a second. Where is it? On Thursday the 4th of January.
Oh, I got it perfect.
Thursday the 4th of January at 7 PM GMT, that is UK time, we have our Season 5 overtake of the season stream. We're going to be watching all the fantastic overtakes from each of the Overtake of the Month nominations, and we're going to put them in some kind, I don't know how it's going to look at the moment, I'm still figuring that one out, but overall, at the end of the stream, we will have an overtake for the season. The Sunday after that, so Sunday the 7th of January at...
I'll go through the car. This is lovely stuff.
Dom's red lights flashing on the back of the car, indicating he has low energy levels in the battery. Will that cost him? Will Bjorn wait until the final lap of the race and make his move? Will he seize the opportunity with Deflated looking to pounce behind him? 2 laps to go. Dom with a time penalty. That could cost him a podium on his debut.
Yeah.
That is the last thing you want to see. Josh and John, they won't...
Josh nearly lost it as well.
Oh, and a big slide for Jacob! He held it really well, and it looks really cool. Bjorn has now sees the opportunity. He's like, Dom's not going to fight, he's got a time penalty. I'm going for this now, this is my win. I'll let Deflated battle with Dom. And Bjorn has made his move. Can Dom fight back at all? Or has the race just been won by Bjorn in that chicane?
I imagine the softs will be pretty much dead now. But
I might just have to speak to Deflated again. I'm a bit bored of speaking to him, to be honest. We'll get Dom in, why not? He's had a great race.
if he
Bragging
drives,
rights on the table between both Red Bull drivers. Who's going to finish on top between Deflated and Josh? Jacob's dropped off since just losing a bit of tyre performance on those mediums, but he will come home to take a very well-deserved 6th place. Jellyman, I think, has pitted for the fastest lap, so he could get the race record in the dying moments of the race. Bjorn, though, it's been an incredible debut. He looked to get pole position. He qualifies 2nd. He had a slight mishap with Deflated, but he wins, and Deflated comes home to take the championship. For the first time in 5 long IRL seasons, he wins his first F1 championship in IRL. The F2 doesn't count. That's a wash championship, let's be honest.
I'm very disappointed at the minute.
But Deflated has done it after so long. Runner-up in the last 3 seasons. Sorry for no donuts, that top 5 was too sweaty. You need to rewatch the end of the race, Deflated. Let's invite some people, shall we? There is the my wood. My throat is all over the place.
Who's it urgent at life?
There is confirmation. Dom takes the race record. It's Deflated struggling to join.
It's genuinely had enough of us.
With a 23.9. Jellyman couldn't quite get it, 4 tenths off in the end.
I mean, Deflated. Josh is here, Deflated can't join.